And we're live.
Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our November Investment Committee meeting. It's great to see all of you. I think we all look like we maybe didn't get as much sleep as we would have liked last night. And I know there's still a lot to watch out for today. But thanks for joining. Let me see. So I just wanted to maybe what we'll do is we'll turn to council. Good morning, Ms. Miller. To do our roll call. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, Joy. Okay, I'm going to try and start here. It doesn't look like I have a ton of video, but let's see. Miss Bradford?
Here.
Okay, Miss Hendricks?
Here.
Mr. Prezant?
Here.
Okay, Miss Erden?
Here.
Let's see, for the Director of Finance, do we have Miss Miller on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good morning. For the State Treasurer, Mr. Seha?
Here. Good morning.
Good morning.
And Steve, we couldn't hear you.
Quorum.
Okay, I lost your sound for a minute, but it sounds like we have a quorum.
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, great, thank you. So just a couple of just some kind of housekeeping notes. So this is our November Investment Committee meeting. The board will have a 10-minute public comment period at the end of each agenda item, and public comment after each item will be limited to the agenda item topic. There'll be an additional opportunity for statements from the public for items that are not pertaining to a specific agenda item during our open session meeting. Individuals who wish to speak at the board web conference should dial into the public comment line and wait in the call-in queue. Each speaker will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes. If there is not enough time for speakers to have 3 minutes, the timing will be at the chair's discretion. Teachers Retirement Board meetings are live, web streamed, and video archived, which are available to the public on CalSTRS.com. To protect the privacy of minors who wish to address the board, public commenters under the age of 18 only state their name and affiliated organization, but do not share any personal identifying information such as last name, age, or school. So now we'll move to the agenda. The first item is an action item for approval of the committee agenda. I will
I'd move
take a
approval.
motion to be moved by Gail and seconded by Sharon. Without objection, the agenda is approved. And now we're going to move to agenda item number 2, which is an opportunity for statements from the public. I'll ask our staff on the line if we do have speakers who wish to provide public comment.
We have no callers in the queue right now.
Okay, thank you. So now we'll move to agenda item number 3. It's a consent agenda item for consent action agenda item, approval of minutes from our September 2nd Investment Committee meeting. And I know that see Ms. Yamamoto with her hand raised. So Karen?
Good morning, everyone. I just have a few corrections on INV5. Should be Stephen McCourt, S-T-E-P-H-E-N. And then on INV6, insert the word of between couple and speakers.
Thank you, Karen. Making those corrections to the minutes, this is a consent agenda item, so I don't think I need a motion or a second. Without objection, the minutes as corrected by Karen are approved. Okay, so moving to agenda item number 4, this is an information item. It's our SIS strategic priorities overview. I will turn it over to Chris to introduce it, and then it'll go to our team, Kirsty, Brian, Aisha, and Sarah. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for joining us today. Great to see you all. Chris?
Thanks, Joy. And I just want to provide a real quick comment and hand it over to Kirsty. I just want to let you know that I have asked the staff to be very concise and brief today, knowing that many of you probably had a disrupted night's sleep. So it's not our intention to be short or curt, but I've asked us just in lieu of how long today will last. But feel free to please ask questions. This item is here because CIS has been up to so many different things. Kirsty felt the need to really bring it to you of her priorities and all the activities. So with that, I'll turn it over to Kirsty.
Great. Thanks, Chris. Hi, everybody. Morning. Happy to be with you all to provide the update. One good thing I think in our Zoom meetings, and obviously I think we're all looking for silver linings, is that I think we can be a little bit more nimble and creative in how we present. And so I thought this was the perfect opportunity to hear from myself, from Brian, from Aisha and Sarah on the topic. It'll hopefully make it a little bit more engaging and also demonstrate the team's sort of 3 distinct but complementary areas of activity. You might be asking off the bat, why are we providing this strategic update now? Hopefully the agenda item write-up helped to answer this, but just to emphasize our sort of key reasons for doing this now. Firstly, I think we recognize that there's been a lot of CIS agenda items at investment committee meetings this year, and several more are planned in the months ahead. We want to step back and really explain how they all fit together. Secondly, the CIS team's activities are definitely evolving. I think it's really important in times of change to be clear about the direction of travel and the route and the sequencing involved in achieving our goals. And then thirdly, we want to build a combined staff and board sort of strategic narrative that we can jointly share with our investment and financial market peers, our members and our stakeholders. There's a lot of coverage right now, perhaps not right now, about sustainable investment and stewardship and ESG. And we think it's going to be very helpful if we can all be on the same page about the role that CalSTRS is and sometimes is not playing in this area on behalf of California's educators. I'm suddenly aware that we do actually have a PowerPoint presentation and I don't think anybody's seeing that. So maybe if I could ask our fabulous tech team to pull up the, I'm hoping I'm not talking about the annual investment cost report. Shafat, where are you? Okay, it's the one called CIS Strategic Priorities. Just bear with us a little second because I think it's going to be helpful to obviously navigate with that in mind. Apologies for the delay on this. It suddenly dawned on me that we did work on slides. There we go. Fabulous. Thank you so much. If you could just go to the next one, that would be brilliant. So before I dive into the actual strategic priorities, I want to be sure to set them firmly within the policy and governance hierarchy that you, the board, obviously oversees. And this hierarchy provides the framework that guides our activities. As you know well, the investment beliefs, the investment policy and management plan, and the ESG risk policy apply across the investments branch. And of particular note, I think, to my discussion and ours today is the 9th low carbon investment belief that you added in January. Now, the boxes in lime green apply specifically to our CIS activities, where we've sought your input in multiple areas recently. We've updated language in the CIS policy that you see in the center there. That's quite unique as it covers both our stewardship activities and the CIS investment portfolio. And there's also a section in there on securities litigation, which is overseen by our general counsel. Now, during our upcoming meetings, we're going to be seeking to expand the portfolio policy that you see on the right there to include the ability to invest in private asset classes. We've started a few of those discussions and we'll be coming back to you on that. On the left-hand side, we've also asked your approval of our stewardship priorities. And in January, we'll be coming back to you to ask for this again. And finally, we've discussed the corporate governance principles that you see again on the left, particularly in relation to how CalSTRS seeks to influence strong human capital management practices and employee well-being at the companies within which we invest. And so we'll be presenting an updated human capital management definition, which will also be coming back to you in January as well. So that's sort of like the investment hierarchy in the policies that govern us and where we seek your input and approval. If we go to the next slide, I'm going to dive just briefly into sort of what sits within this framework. And we call it our CIS beehives, and they guide our activities. And these are new. We've created these over the last 18 months. We call them beehives, even though it sounds a bit odd sometimes, because they fit well together and they're very complementary. But what's really important is that they help our team focus and organize around these 3 overarching goals, which you can see written within each of them. We really need this clarity that the structure provides because we've been integrating 8 new team members, including the strategic relations team and new staff resulting from several retirements and several new positions that are bolstering our capacity in these key areas. And we also need this clarity and structure to guide us as we implement the various changes that we're talking about. If I could go to the, excuse me for a second, to the next. This visual takes you a little deeper into the strategic objectives that we've established for each beehive on the left. For 2021 and sort of 2020, 2021, the team has got a set of goals under each of these objective areas. Now, today, we're not going to go through every goal with you. We're just going to highlight the most significant priorities and ones where we're looking for your input. Brian and I are going to start with just talking through the priorities for sustainable investment. Aisha is going to talk about stewardship, and then Sarah is going to focus on strategic relations. So if I go to the next slide and we start to dive in now to the first of our sort of focus areas, sustainable investment. As I explained in the memo, I think it's important to emphasize that the SIS team views its investment-related responsibilities in 2 distinct ways. On the left, the sort of the SIS portfolio, those are activities which are specifically governed by the SIS investment policy. Within the SIS portfolio, our primary goal, kind of goes without saying, is to make excellent investments that are additive to the total fund. But in this portfolio, we're also intentionally focused on making investments that are linked to accelerating the transition to a more sustainable global economy by creating positive sustainability, environmental and social and governance related outcomes. On the right-hand side, we have a second set of activities relating to the broader CalSTRS portfolio, and they're governed by the CalSTRS investment beliefs and the ESG risk policy. Our responsibility here is to support our colleagues across asset classes, including by leading several cross-branch teams in how they integrate sustainability and ESG factors into their investments, as that's a fundamental investment belief that CalSTRS has, that by doing so, this helps us support long-term performance and value creation. Now, a significant focus in this kind of area of activity right now, as you know, is supporting our shared investment branch understanding of the investment impacts of the low carbon transition. And as we've we've previously explained to you in our low carbon transition work plan updates. So with these 2 distinct roles in mind regarding our investment activities, I'm going to hand over to Brian to describe our key strategic priorities in this area. Brian, to you.
Thank you, Kirsty. Good morning, everybody. Brian Rice, Portfolio Manager, Sustainable Investments and Stewardship Strategies. If we could turn to the next slide, slide 6. Thank you. I think the big takeaway from this slide is that there's a lot of activity going on in our investment hive, both within our portfolio and across our work with the other asset classes. If you look at our SIS, the public portfolio, as you know, we've moved the low carbon index into our portfolio, and now we're managing all of our assets, all 3 of our strategies as one portfolio to the ACWI benchmark. Priorities, we're going to be looking at potential new low carbon index strategies and looking to implement an active risk budget. And I'll touch on the risk budget in just a bit. If you look in terms of our private markets portfolio that we're developing, we've been discussing this internally for a bit. We're developing policy right now to bring to the board early next year. And again, I'll touch on this in just a moment. I did want to focus more on our efforts across the investment portfolio and our work with the other asset classes. We talked about transition readiness efforts during the September Investment Committee, specifically physical risk, developing a physical risk assessment platform for real estate. We can now say that we've come to an agreement with Rhodium to provide that physical risk assessment platform. If you remember back in the October 2019 offsite, Trevor Hauser from Rhodium presented the group and provided some good flavor around Rhodium's capabilities in terms of physical risk assessment. And utilizing the functionality of Zoom, I'd like to turn to Julie Donegan. Hopefully she's here, portfolio manager in our real estate group, just to provide a few quick comments about this new relationship. So Julie, are you there?
Yes, thank you, Brian. We have enjoyed working with the SIS team on physical risk analysis, specifically for the real estate portfolio. We surveyed our current real estate partners and determined they were using a wide variety of data to currently assess physical risk at the asset level. We believe adding rhodium analysis will provide consistency across the portfolio and potentially provide for economies of scale. Additionally, since the rhodium analysis is forward-looking versus insurance data, which tends to look at historical data facts, we believe that we will have better data regarding potential future physical risk of the portfolio. And this is really important when we look at things like an increase in wildfire and flooding activity. So we really appreciate the partnership, and we think this is a benefit to the real estate portfolio.
Thank you, Julie. So if we can move to the next slide, slide 7. So as I mentioned in the previous slide, one of the CIS priorities is developing private markets portfolio policy and to bring draft policy language to the board early next year. So we've used existing policy language from private asset class as a template, created a first draft that we're circulating internally. Over the next 2 months, we will continue to work with the private asset classes on developing this policy language, focusing on key elements such as the structure, objective, and governance. Also working with we'll be working with the risk group, elements such as benchmarks and outcomes, bringing in compliance, working with Makita as well, with the goal to have a well-reviewed, well-developed policy to bring to you again in January of next year. Next slide. And so, as I also mentioned before, we're looking at a risk budget as a priority in our public portfolio. The intent is to bring an item to you in May of next year. We had talked about getting this to you sooner, but the number of projects that CIS is working on and prioritization and sequencing of these projects made it difficult to get this on calendar sooner. We did want you to know as we brought all of our public assets together into one portfolio, and as we manage these assets, in the aggregate versus a benchmark, and as we continue to look at the portfolio and rebalance assets within this portfolio, we're doing so with the expectation of integrating a risk budget, and so sort of managing against an anticipated risk budget. We're looking at the global equity process that you approved in March of 2020 as a guide as we move forward. We're also working with the risk team and Makita, and then over the next few months, we'll continue to work with these asset classes and Makita. And the goal is, again, to have a well-developed item before you next year. So with that, I'll turn over to Aisha to talk to you about stewardship.
Good morning, everyone. Aisha Mastagni, Portfolio Manager with the CIS team. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So the stewardship part of our beehive is probably what CalSTRS is best known for when it comes to corporate governance or stewardship activities. And you've heard a lot from the stewardship team lately at recent board meetings. And we're still actively involved in everything that you see on this screen. And, we don't talk a lot about our proxy voting activities, but we continue to execute proxy votes at over 8,000 companies. And it's a really important part of our fiduciary responsibilities. So I think on this slide, what might be helpful is kind of think about these 3 activities as a funnel. We have our 8,000 proxy votes that we continue to execute. Staff and the board went through a systematic process to develop our stewardship priorities, which allows us to focus on key areas where we can be most effective at influencing the market and influencing our portfolio companies. And lastly is the activist stewardship, which is used only at a very, very select number of companies. The only other thing that I did want to point out on this slide is that at the October board offsite, we did talk about the human capital management element of stewardship. And one of the outcomes from that meeting was to enhance the definition. And so staff will be bringing the corporate governance principles back to the board in January, along with the stewardship priorities in order to enhance that definition. Can I go to the next slide, please? So as I stated, and as Kirsty pointed out, we will be bringing the stewardship priorities along with the corporate governance principles to the board in January. The purpose of bringing the stewardship priorities is to reaffirm the priorities and hopefully move to a 3-year cycle as the specific tactics that underpin each one of these priorities are long-term in nature, and we don't necessarily expect or anticipate any major changes from year to year. Although we are requesting a 3-year reporting cycle, we want to assure the board that we will continue to provide regular updates, annual check-ins, and regular reporting like the value of engagements will continue. I'm going to pass it. That's all I have for stewardship. So I'm going to pass it over to Sarah.
Good morning. Thank you, Aisha. Sarah Maley, investment staff. Thanks for switching the slide for me as well. So I'm here talking about the strategic relations priorities, and I wanted to take a step back and kind of give you an overview of strategic relations. We were originally brought on about 5 years ago as the stakeholder engagement team. So that was Geraldine, Gabe DeMesa, and myself. So when Geraldine took on her new position, we were brought into the CIS group. And so while we work on a lot of CIS issues, you know, corporate engagement and stewardship priorities, we're in a unique situation because we do work with the entire investment portfolio on different issues, you know, that pertain to public equity, private equity, real estate issues, stakeholder issues that are brought to our attention. So we're also the liaison for the investment office and the external affairs team as well. So specifically, we work directly with public affairs on communications plans and media inquiries. We also work with the governmental affairs group on legislative issues, and then obviously with Diane on stakeholder engagement issues as well. So as you can see, we have a very broad array of duties. So bringing it back to the slide, our priorities are laid out here, and obviously enhanced communications. Communications are very important, obviously, and relaying what we're doing within the investment branch out to, you know, to you, the board, and to the stakeholders is very important to get our messaging across. So we're continuing to focus on enhancing communications both internally and externally. Two of the highlights of the external are, as Aisha mentioned, value engagements. We send that out quarterly, highlighting, you know, some of the efforts that we're doing and some of the successes that we see through our Climate Action 100 engagements and through our corporate engagement. So with that too, I want to note that we're proud that we've been able to get that document out to an even wider audience. So we're now sending that out to all of our stakeholders, to the board, and then we're posting it on our website as well. So that always also leads us into kind of the low carbon transition. So we've been able to expand the website, and we now have the low carbon information specifically and on a dedicated portion of our website. That we feel like that's a really important change that we've been able to do, because this website shares information and it allows you to point people to that, to see what we're doing regarding the low carbon transition. So it points out our priorities, our work streams, and our perspectives. One other thing that I wanted to share is I think it's important that to tell you that we're looking at different methods to get out messaging. So not just, you know, our fact sheets or whatever, but we're looking at blogs and videos and social media posts as well. So we want to cast, you know, a wider net and get to more of a deeper audience. So we're using these different methods to do that. One item that I think on here, collaborative model, that's kind of an internal and external, so kind of a hybrid. You know, we're working with the entire organization on this. You hear from Julie, and Scott is working very closely with Lisa on this. And so we're specifically working on the communication side. So we're examining and communicating the layers of benefits that this effort will have on the portfolio. So, and then just touching briefly on what we're doing internally, you know, we're really working to develop more collaborative approaches to share information across the branch. And I think Brian really highlighted that also in his presentation. And so while we do the green team summary report, we also have an actual green team, which is made up of representatives of all the different asset classes. So this really provides CIS an opportunity to share ideas about sustainability and ESG integration that folks can take back to their specific asset classes and maybe look into for their portfolios. So turning to stakeholder relationships, obviously our team recognizes the importance of our stakeholders' input and we highly value their contributions. I think it's important to note, as many of you know, that we have many people coming to us and asking us to use our influence to help in a situation. And unfortunately, we don't have all the resources or the ability to assist in every situation, but we're really committed to creating a more efficient process of reviewing these incoming requests. So we'll take in the information, analyze all the details, and then communicate back, which I think is a really important part, is communicating back to the stakeholders on the decisions or actions that we've been taken regarding these specific requests. So finally, we'll be looking at ways we can expand our advocacy efforts regarding investment related policy. We're fortunate we have a new team member within the strategic relations group, Brian Graham, and he'll be spearheading this effort. He'll be working closely with John Stanton at the federal level and with Aisha and the stewardship team, working to write letters expressing our views on important issues, the SEC and the Department of Labor, and then also continuing to collaborate with some of our industry partners such as CII and ILPA. So on these issues that support fiduciary duty and then minimize risk while maximizing returns. So those are my priorities, our priorities in the strategic relations group. I'm really glad that you had the opportunity to hear from our entire team on our priorities. So thanks, Kirsty, Brian, and Aisha. Obviously, we work very closely together and we feel like we're really synchronized on our efforts going forward. So as mentioned in the presentation, we will be coming back over the next coming months with agenda items for your review. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Sarah and Kirsty, Aisha, and Brian. Appreciate the presentation and being able to go over it at a high level. We do have a few board members who have questions. So I will go first to Sharon and then to Betty. Sharon?
Great. Thanks, Joy. And good morning, everyone. And Sarah, I just want to, it is great to see you presenting, I think, with the CIS team, because you are on that team, your investment staff, but I really appreciate, first of all, I just appreciate the clarity of the presentation. I think it helps us stay in our role of providing overview. It gives us a really good sense of what's been going on and where we're headed. But I think I really appreciate how much you've listened to the board, because I think we've talked a lot about, how do we tell our story better? How do we get out in front of things and provide more, opportunities for better communication with our stakeholders and honestly the public. Aisha, you were just in P&I, and I mean, there's a lot of we're out in the public and doing more of that and telling our stories. So I just want to say thank you for listening. I think you've heard us and you're showing that by making the strategic relation piece such a big part. And I'm looking forward to meeting Brian Graham. I think that's a key part of just having us just continue those lines of communication just in the world we live in. We've got to focus on that. So I just wanted to extend my appreciation for that. I did have a question, and maybe it's back to you, Kirsty. When you, there's a lot going on with CIS, and especially on the sustainable investment side and even the stewardship side, how do you see, or could you talk a little bit about how you see the board, sort of being a partner with you in some of these initiatives in a helpful way and not in I know we can't just kind of parse out every single company that you're engaging with and having these micro conversations, but how do you imagine we can be supportive and play a partnership role with the CIS team on some of these initiatives moving forward?
Yeah, thanks, Sharon. I think it would be where we are right now feels like it's in a good spot. I'm really grateful. I'm so glad that you sort of said, you can see that we're listening. I feel like we are, but we're getting your input. And so that's what I love the most, is every discussion we have with the board, and I think all the recent ones have been testament to this, the engagement and the level of feedback you've been giving us and the challenge has been really helpful. So I would just hope that we can continue with that. I think specifically when we're looking at, it's the sequencing element is where I would really appreciate your support as well, in terms of recognizing that we've sort of laid out a number of pretty important and significant goals, and they're not all going to happen right away, but they are going to happen over time, and some of them will be sequenced in a sort of a fashion that, for example, the risk budget, in a perfect world, we'd like to be doing that right now. We just can't. So hopefully in an understanding that some things will be phased, and in the interim we'll be sort of managing it strategically and smartly. So that would be my hope. And then when we come to sort of talking about stewardship, yes, I think it's been very helpful to have the discussions about, a set of priorities, and a sort of a process within the policy to be able to understand where we're going to focus and where we can't focus, but where we might be able to ramp up activities over time. Again, that sort of sequencing element. That's what I would say. I hope that answers your question, Sham.
It does. Thank you. And I love the beehive concept, because I think that these three big strategic priorities, I think, really fit together. So thanks. Thanks, Joyanne.
Thank you, Sharon. Betty.
Thank you, Joy, very much, and really appreciate the team's presentation. And it's really a lot of work, and I know that we've done a really good job of loading up your plate on this, but I really appreciate the plan, and certainly you're coming back to us in January with some of this a little bit further fleshed out. I wanted to get some clarity, and it really relates to I guess the differentiation between the CIS portfolio and the CalSTRS investments. And I think for me, in my mind, I'm just trying to kind of understand the activity and the I guess engagement that you'll have internally, and that is how you plan to evaluate, for example, private asset low carbon investments, and whether this work will inform the discussions with, for example, the private equity group. And it's I know there's a lot of cross kind of collaboration going on, but just kind of in my own mind, I'm just trying to figure out where the delineation is.
Sure, and I'll happily start with this. And I don't know if Chris Scott wants to weigh in as well behind, from obviously sitting where you do on a more sort of pan portfolio view. But I would say, Betty, we've tried to be very clear both for our team and for the other teams that we work with about this differentiation. But it's kind of a little bit, the lines aren't that clean, even though I'm saying, well, we have the CIS portfolio, but if the CIS portfolio is going to be investing in private assets, as we hope going forward, well, that's going to have to involve very close collaboration with our colleagues in the private assets who are the experts in managing those. So we kind of see an overlap there. And I think you'll get a lot more clarity when we build the policy and kind of explain the governance structures that we're going to be setting in place to ensure that there is sort of shared and joint decision making around sort of key areas and overlap, where our strengths come to the table as a CIS team, but our private assets colleague strengths come to the table as well. And so I'd sort of suggest that the best way to think about it is we currently have a portfolio, obviously, which is public equities, and we like to cooperate with our public equity colleagues. And then we're looking to expand that into the private assets. And that's where we'll be kind of really closely working on investment ideas. And that's then different to obviously what we're talking about, which is the broader, how do we help our colleagues in other asset classes think about integrating these risks into their portfolios that frankly we're not sort of, they don't sort of overlap so much, but we still believe, we hope, just like we heard from Julie, that we can collaboratively better understand climate risk in real estate by working together, which they can then integrate into how they think about their real estate investment decision making. So that's very much how I see the difference. But Scott, maybe I see you're unmuted. And Chris, sorry, didn't know who would go first.
Okay. I was going to jump in first, Scott. I think the best way to describe it to the board is that we're asking Kirsty and the CIS team to push out in front on sustainability issues. And many of those, frankly, are not being widely adopted into the benchmarks of the other asset classes. As we've discussed many times, the rest of the world's still kind of behind us. So even though there are some sustainable investments in private equity, infrastructure, real estate, they're not as advanced. and the staff is incentivized to beat their particular benchmark. So we're really asking Kirsty and this team to go out in front on sustainable issues, to take the lead, working with those asset classes. I've often described, Paul Shantic and the team have some solar in their portfolio. They have clean energy, but it's not an overweight relative to a benchmark. They don't want to be massively overweight, but that may be an area that we want to be a leader in. And so we would do some in his portfolio, but then some in Kirsty's portfolio. So we're asking her to kind of go out ahead of the rest of the industry in the world and have us at CalSTRS be a leader in sustainability. And we think the world will catch up with us, but it's not there yet.
Good. Scott, you were going to comment?
I don't know if there's still time to make just a quick comment, but I think that we come into it with a very realistic approach, because some of these investments and funds have not done well historically. And I think what's different this time is we have a different approach. It's sort of an inflection point, because if I looked across our partners, they are making fantastic sustainable investments, but it's not in a sustainable fund. It's across their different portfolios. And so our idea, as Chris was saying, is to be able to empower the organization in a way where if each of the benchmarks of the different asset classes aren't really attuned to this, we could leverage our partners. Because I think, frankly, we have world-class partners who are doing this across their portfolio. And so how do we access those great opportunities is sort of the question of this design, and I think what's different. So on the one hand, I'm really skeptical about new funds that are being developed around quote unquote sustainable investing. However, if I looked at, I'm thinking about one of our private equity partners, I've looked at their transactions across their different portfolios, and it's in the debt fund. They've got some great investments. It's in the main fund. It's in their energy fund. It's in the growth fund. And they might have, anywhere between 1 to 5 different investments in each of those types of funds. So how do we work with those partners and structure something where we can access those great opportunities for CalSTRS the best way? So I wanted to give you a little bit of an understanding of the history and the realism that we're looking at. But I think there is an opportunity if we indeed leverage our partnerships the right way.
No, that's really helpful, Scott. I appreciate the response. I guess with respect to partnerships and the opportunity to collaborate, will there also be opportunities, for example, to work with other investors to identify perhaps best-in-class transition risk management tools and some of the data providers? I mean, just all the kind of the infrastructure that you need to be able to do this work.
Yeah, very much so, Betty. And I think that's we're just having some discussions right now with some of our partners about, the other groups, that's the other clients from their perspective, or the other peer funds, and how we can kind of share our knowledge and build our ideas on that. And I know regularly, just because we're fortunate enough to have those sort of strong relationships, for example, Brian was just on the phone, I know 2 days ago, talking to a very large Japanese fund about, what are they thinking about certain areas in this area, and where could we sort of, share ideas and kind of knowledge. So yeah, very much so. There is a group of people who are obviously really helpful to both kind of understand where they're coming from an investment perspective, and could be potentially helpful in deals that we can access as well. So yeah, very much so, Bertie.
That's great. That's great. And I like the 3-year time horizon. And appreciate the regular reports that will be coming back to us. My question also involves whether you're going to actually be establishing milestones and metrics to just track progress over these priority initiatives.
Yes, we have a sort of another deck that we're using with a team, which is a little bit more granular in terms of kind of like, breaks each of these down another level. And then we have a sort of, associated spreadsheet about what timeline. We have a new SIS dashboard, thanks to Trevor Santoniano and our team, for kind of like really now having a system where we monthly check in on each of the goals and the outcomes, and then can track that as a sort of a team, because as it gets more complicated and there's more areas, we need better systems to help us manage it. So I think we're building that infrastructure that will hopefully be trialed this year and then perfected as close as we can in the next sort of couple of years. So very much so.
That's great. Thank you. And I also appreciated Sarah's presentation. And I guess my last comment is, sometimes I feel like the criticism that we receive from stakeholders is really because they really aren't aware of how much we're doing. And so I would encourage, to Sharon's point, just kind of pushing out a lot more information. One of them, the low carbon transition review is slated to be completed early next year. And I think it may be helpful to the extent that we can just elaborate about maybe some of the lessons learned to the board, as well as the path forward, because we kind of get these reports and I'm not so sure that we're kind of threading the needle, necessarily in terms of how to just inform the stakeholders. And then the quarterly report of the SIS team's work, I think, is a great communication tool. I mean, it's just like so much in there that I hope that we are sharing that broadly and also getting feedback on a regular basis around that as well. So really appreciate the presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Betty. I see our consultant, Alan Emkin from Makita, joined us on screen. So Alan, if you could offer comments maybe on the discussion just prior to Betty's closing. You need to unmute, Alan.
Better?
Yes, got you.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I have no comment regarding the substance. The comment is, having worked with this organization for 30 years, Chris, Scott, and Kirsty are showing you what the collaborative model and building teamwork and good organization is really all about. Having all of those people present with their level of knowledge, with their ability to communicate, is a testament to really good management. And I just wanted to make that observation.
Thank you, Alan. I appreciate it. And, I think we get spoiled sometimes because we have the fortune of working with such a great team, Chris and Scott and all the investment directors and the team members we see on screen, that we forget how fortunate we are to have your expertise, but also just kind of the way that I think you all have connections and kind of your pulse on the things that are happening internally and externally that we want to keep in mind. So thank you for the reminder, Alan, and a thank you to everyone. There aren't any other board members with their hands raised. I think before we close the item, there really was so much that you all presented as part of this item. Kirsty, I wonder if I could just ask, could we just summarize I think there are 2 or 3 specific action items that you all teed up that are coming up in subsequent meetings over the next 4 to 5 months. Could you just recap those? Because I think it'd be helpful for the committee to be clear on some of the additional activity that's underway that we'll be looking at that you touched on in the report.
Sure. I'll maybe start with one that I didn't touch on, but which we're going to be speaking about later in the closed session, which we talked about at the closed session special meeting. That's obviously one where we will be focused on updating the board very regularly over the next couple of months regarding a particular project there. But I think for the sake of January, where we're heading in January is a approval of or reapproval, we hope, of the stewardship priorities and shifting them onto a 3-year sort of pattern of approval with regular annual and more regular updates. And also in January, the approval of the human capital management definition. So the corporate governance principles, we'll be bringing those back to you as well. So those will be particular areas. Plus, on the investment side, the first read of a change to the SIS investment policy to include the private assets. Then when we come back in March, again, we would be re-reviewing, we would imagine, the SIS investment policy. We will likely be giving you an update on the sort of like the green team report and sort of some regular that's on a sort of a calendar basis, some updates on some of the reporting regarding the low carbon transition. And I think that sort of speaks a little bit to Betty's point about, coming to the end of that transition work plan and being able to give you a sort of a summary of lessons learned from that. And then moving into May, that's where we would be focusing more on the risk budget for the SIS public portfolio. I hope I've captured all of the main things, but in my head, those are the areas that we're really focused on right now.
Great. Okay. Any last questions from the board? Okay. All right. Kirsty and Aisha, Brian, Sarah, thank you very much. We look forward to continuing to work with you and getting updates on the initiatives that you have underway.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so I think we are now, so now we'll move to agenda item number 5. I'm sorry, let me pause for a second. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on item number 4, GER, or do we have anybody in queue?
There are no callers in the queue right now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we'll shift to agenda item number 5, which is our annual investment cost report. So I know that we have Shafat and Mike that are presenting. I don't know if we're going straight to Shafat or Chris, if you're making any opening comments.
I will just make a quick opening comment. In my email to you, I said this was our 4th annual. I stand corrected. It's our 5th annual. And Shafat and team will take it from here.
Thank you, Chris. I'm just going to open it up. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Shafat Hassan, Director, Investment Performance and Compliance. With me, I have Mike Dunnigan and Melissa Doronco, members and leaders within my team. They're actually the true force behind the report that you have in front of you. I also would like to call out April Uamatsu and Ankur Prabhakar from my team for their attention to detail and tireless work behind this report. This is an information item. Before we jump into the presentation and I hand it off to Mike, I just want you to kind of focus or just kind of keep 2 things in mind. One is that, this really is a 30+ page report, and it may seem like the report is evolving over time. I just want to let you know that, the core data that we collect to present the total costs to you, that remains consistent over time. What gets evolved is the way we explain the trends and the movements of the costs over time. So the actual data is consistent. And the second thing I want you to keep in mind as you look through the cost information is this is the 2019 report, but you're going to get the most value by looking at the trends over time throughout the 5-year that we have been collecting this information. So most value from looking at the trends as opposed to just a single year information. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Mike Dunnigan to kick off the presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Mike Dunnigan, Associate Portfolio Manager with Investment Performance and Compliance. Here to talk about the cost report. So if we could move to the next or the first slide, I'll start talking about it. So what we have here is overall investment costs reflected in basis points. We see a gray trend line across the top. They're broken out into total portfolio costs in blue, which are your management fees and operational expenses like internal salaries, and carried interest in orange, which is that profit sharing component for the private assets. As you can see from the trend line, overall costs have continued to decrease over the last 5 years, but this has been a direct result of less carried interest being paid out over the period. Our portfolio costs have steadily increased over this time, and for 2019, this equated to slightly less than a basis point. We jump to the next slide. We'll talk about investment cost data in actual dollars. So our net asset value, or the asset size, is continuing to rise over this 5-year period. In 2019, that amount was 7%. And as assets have continued to rise, so have our total portfolio costs. In 2019, that was 9%. We did see a decrease in the amount of carried interest that was paid out. So it was a drop of 8% over the year. But when we look at everything combined, the overall cost increased by 5%. If we can move to the next slide, I'll talk about the drivers of the cost increase. So here we're trying to show what the drivers are for these cost increases. In general, these are the 4 factors, or we've kind of grouped all the drivers to 4 main levers that influence cost, while still trying to show the relationship with the collaborative model around all these levers. So if we start with asset growth, that's going to have an impact on management fees and the operational expenses it takes kind of support an increase in your assets. We move down to asset allocation. This dictates the split between public and private markets, or passive and active strategies. And as you know, private markets and active strategies, they're going to cost more due to the experience and expertise that's required. if we move down, so carried interest, no, I'm sorry, stay on that line right there. So moving down to carried interest, this cost report captures carried interest that is paid out. So it's a realized cost to the fund. It's tied to multiple years as a result. So it's not just one single year. And because of this, it has multiple factors that influence the figure, from the strategy type of the investment, the economic environment during its life, and then even when a partner decides to call on the committed capital and put it into use, all of those are going to play a role. But as I mentioned before, the collaborative model, and that's why it's the outer ring of this, it affects each of these levers. So whether the collaborative model is everyone negotiating fees with external managers, bringing in more assets internally to be managed, or even shifting the investment in our private assets towards co-investments without carry, it's all part of the collaborative model. So go to the next slide. We'll be able to talk about the total portfolio cost drivers, which we've attributed to two factors: asset growth and asset allocation. If you recall, we said that the portfolio costs increased by 9%. So 7% of this is tied to asset growth. And you can see that our assets have risen over that time. And 2% is tied to an allocation shift towards private assets. When we look at the portfolio costs in basis points relative to the net asset value, we kind of carve out that asset growth aspect of it. And that's what we placed in the graph at the bottom here. What's left over after you carve out the asset growth piece is a steady increase in costs over the last 4 years. We kind of laid that over a similar where it correlates to an increase in our allocation of private assets over this time. 2018 was a slight outlier. We talked about this last year in the cost report, that not only was there an unusual ramp up in the private assets, and that's why you see that kind of jump of 5 basis points, but we also had global equity shifting strategy, et cetera. So, but overall, you're going to see a steady increase that's in correlation to the ramp up in our private asset allocation. If we move to the next slide, we can look at the carried interest paid drivers. So carried interest that was paid out over 2019 decreased by 8%. Now, this can be influenced by a number of factors, but I'd like to call your attention to the amount of committed capital. The table that we have here shows the previous 15 years, and we've broken them up in 5-year blocks. So period 1 shows a higher commitment of capital with a lower investment count. So these were larger deals, and that was predominantly private equity and real estate during that time. If you look at period 2, you see a slowdown in the amount of capital that was committed by CalSTRS for a period. And then when we go to period 3, it's the ramp up in commitments that we've talked about for the last couple of years into private assets. You see that the investment count is high. This was over multiple asset classes as we spread private equity into everywhere. Now, carry from these investments can be paid at different times over the life. It generally, though, it's going to take 5 to 7 years before people start to see carry getting paid out. So with that as kind of a basis, we can estimate a window in the future where there's a higher chance that carry can be paid out. Now, the windows aren't going to be the same size depending on whether more capital was committed towards the end of a period or the beginning of a period, because we're looking at 5-year blocks. But if all other factors are equal, your periods with heavier committed capital, they should have more profit sharing in their window than the periods with less committed capital. And the table that we're looking at below, so this suggests that we should have higher carry costs from period 1. We should start to see a slowdown in period 2. And this is exactly what we've seen since we started tracking carried interest with the cost report. So the graph at the top right, you show that, you know, the early years of the cost report, we had very high carry numbers, and we're now in kind of the down part of this, where we're going to see carry start to decrease significantly because the commitment size during that period is so low. But if we keep this line of thought, you see the high commitment size in period 3, or the high amount of capital commitment. What you're going to see is an increase in carried interest. So it's kind of like level setting. We had this high carried interest, we see a drop, and we should expect to see an increase in carried interest costs. But this is actually where we're going to see the most value from the collaborative model. So the collaborative model wants us to focus on all of the costs. And so if we're focused on carried interest, if we're shifting these investments to co-investments, all these private assets into co-investments, many of them don't have carried interest. And so where there should be an expectation based off the commitment size for us to see more expenses in the future, we're going to not see that because it's going to be offset by the fact that we put this in co-investments. So just kind of leveling out what we can see in the future on the carry side, because it is kind of a volatile number because we don't look at it as a year over year accrual. We look at it when we actually pay out the cost. Moving to the next slide.
Mike, I would add one more thing to that previous slide. As you see the carried interest going down in 2018, that really doesn't mean that the underlying investments are not profitable. Because we track carried interest on a paid basis and we want to show you what has actually been incurred as costs, we didn't pay any carried interest, but doesn't mean that the investments weren't profitable. It's just that profits have not been realized during those times.
I agree. But this slide, so this slide is the ratio between the external, internal, hybrid, and carried interest. So carried interest made up 20% of our, or 24% of our costs in 2019. The rest is broken down to 56% external, 18% hybrid, and 2% internal. You can go to the next slide. So this is, the slide compares our costs excluding the carry. So we can see that external management costs roughly $1 billion without carry. That's compared to $327 million in our hybrid investments versus only $39 million in internal management. So sticking with internal management makes up 48% of the total fund, but accounts for only 3% of the cost. So that's a very drastic difference in what we're seeing. So it's almost half the fund and only 3% of the cost. These are public assets though, so they should be compared directly to the external public assets for the purposes of this report. So if we're looking at external public, you see it makes up 20% of the assets and 13% of the costs. So when we view this kind of on a cost per dollar basis, and that's what the arrows on the right are showing, we can see that it costs 3 basis points per dollar for internal management and 37 for external. But we do need to keep in mind this isn't a direct comparison. If our external managers have a different balance of active management, so there's going to be more expense. But when we do directly compare similar strategies, the internal is significantly cheaper. Go to the next slide. We can see the breakdown of the public and private markets. So private markets accounted for 84% of our portfolio costs, while accounting for only 32.5% of the NAV. So this is 1/3 of our assets, but almost all, or 84% of our costs, significant. And this is excluding carried interest. So if you look at the bottom of the table where you see external and hybrid for private markets, the CalSTRS hybrid managed investments remain significantly lower than their counterpart in external private, with a cost per dollar difference of almost 40 basis points. This is shown by the 1.65% cost per dollar for external versus the 1.16 for hybrid. In 2018, and in the cost report this year, I outlined that 2018 meant we saved $155 million in savings for this. For 2019, that savings is $139 million. So collectively for the 2 years, you're talking about $294 million. But this only outlines the savings in portfolio costs. It's not outlining what we are saving in carried interest. And the collaborative model, it looks to bring down all of our expenses, and carried interest was 24% of our overall cost. So this hybrid category, the investments that are in there have little to no carry. And so the savings that we will see from not having to share 20% of our profits can even outweigh the portfolio savings or the portfolio cost savings that we're showing today. It takes a little bit of time to collect this data because we started making the push, I think, in 2017 towards co-investments, somewhere around that time frame. And then we started tracking this in the 2018. So next year, we're actually going to have 3 years of trend data to share around these carried interest figures, and it'll give you a better depiction of the complete savings, not just what portfolio cost savings have been related to the collaborative model. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Melissa to talk about peer comparison.
Thank you. I'm Melissa Duranco. I'm the Associate Portfolio Manager over our Investment Compliance team. Would you please advance to the next slide? So we continue to partner with one of the leaders in the cost measurement data industry. So CalSTRS, along with 286 other pension funds, participates annually in this measurement. The trend analysis includes 45 public pension funds, which is represented in the green line, and 14 global peers, which is also represented in the blue line. Our global peer fund sizes range from $93 billion all the way up to $650 billion. And CalSTRS sits right above the median at around $243 billion for the calendar year 2019. CalSTRS was 9.1 basis points lower than the benchmark cost, and that equates to approximately $222 million in savings for calendar year 2019. Finally, our costs have been relatively flat over the past 5 years with minimal increase of a 1.2 basis points from 2015 through 2019. I'll turn it back over to Shafat.
Thank you, Melissa. The final part of this presentation, we're kind of going to go over a capture ratio analysis. So if you can please advance, thank you. I want to quickly take you all back to 2015. That is when this committee asked us to go back and start tracking the private equity costs. So at that time, we kind of engaged Mercer to help us collect those costs. So once we had all of that information and presented it, and we quickly realized that this is really valuable information. It helps us to go back and look and analyze the costs of the portfolio. Subsequent to that, fast forward, the committee asked us to look at, now that you have the costs, how do they compare to the returns? How much bang are you getting for the buck that's being spent? So we had some back and forth. We kind of tried to think about how to best do this. It was really Mr. Ailman who conceptualized the idea of capture ratio for us for this purpose. We ran the concept by your consultants. We talked to a few industry thought leaders. We feel this analysis is sound. It kind of shows you how the gross returns compare to the cost of the total portfolio to derive to the net returns. So without going into the numbers, I just wanted to give you that background of how we came up with this analysis. I'll hand it back to Mike to go through the numbers.
Thank you, Shafat. So we'll go through this rather briefly. For the 5-year capture ratio, you can see for the total portfolio, the capture ratio was 92.8. So that means that we captured 92.8% of the gross profits. At the bottom, kind of have a running cumulative ratio. So that shows you what we've reported as a capture ratio cumulatively over the time frame that we've done this cost report. That's not an individual year. That's kind of the running total as it grows and gets bigger. The only thing I really would call out here is we show the 4 major asset classes with kind of the highest percentage and that have been tracking this capture ratio since the inception of this. And you see there's some disparity between the numbers. I want to just call out attention that global equity and fixed income are public markets. They don't have carried interest, and this calculation includes carried interest. So you're going to see a huge disparity between the private markets when carried interest gets thrown in versus the public markets. And so private equity and real estate are going to have lower capture ratios because of that. As we move through the collaborative model, as we go more into co-investments, you could see that capture ratio close in, or the distance between that close in over time. But with that, I think we are done with the presentation and allow any questions.
Mike, it's Chris Selman. Let me jump in on this slide. The one thing I would share with the board, and Mike joined us in the last couple of years from State Street. He's been a great addition. Global equity has managers that do have incentive fees. So when you think about carried interest, just think of it as a performance fee, an incentive fee. Unfortunately, most of the managers haven't beaten their benchmark, so it hasn't kicked in. But oddly, you actually want them to outperform and to get paid for that performance. So we'll have to watch this over time. It was a year where our managers didn't take a lot of profits. I think a lot of uncertainty in the market in 2019. I would have to say in 2020, we're probably going to see our carried interest really drop because there are just been a lot of transactions this year with COVID. That will look good from a cost report, but obviously it's not good from a fund report. Everything's just kind of being held because values are being held straightforward. So keep in mind, I think the capture ratio, I have joked with Shafat and the team, it works great when you have a profit. You don't capture on losses, you capture 100% of the losses. So it only will work when we have a profitable year. But I think you'll see, and we have discussed with you in the collaborative model, our goal is to take that real estate number at about 88%, that raised up into the 90s, and really in private equity to get the capture ratio from 75 up closer to 80 with more co-investments, because the capture ratio in our co-investment is 100%. So that's really where the collaborative model is going to show its value to you, and we'll track. When they say hybrid, that's what we mean by collaborative models. So they're starting to already track investments we've made today. With that, or the committee, questions?
Chris, may I also ask Mercer to step forward? Mercer is the consultant who's helped us collect and report on a lot of the private asset information. So they're here to answer questions as well. So Raylan Lambert and Stephanie Perry from Mercer.
Okay, thank you, Shafat. So thank you to Shafat and Melissa and Mike. And thank you to the consultants from Mercer for joining us. So I'll, at this point, I'll ask the committee members to let me know if they have questions. So we do have a few questions in the queue. We'll start with Betty and then go to Bill. Betty?
Great, thank you, Joy, and thank you for the presentation. I guess following on to Chris's comments, first of all, I'm just always happy to see that how we compare to our peers, and so really appreciate that information. And but I guess as we move forward and just thinking about trends, do you foresee that it will be more difficult to reduce costs going forward, or are there still some additional fee strategies that can be implemented? I guess that's the first question, and then kind of related to it, as more investors, I assume as more investors turn to co-investments and other hybrid fee structures to reduce costs. What about traditional LP fees? Are we going to see kind of a decrease there as well to remain competitive?
Betty, I'll try and answer them in reverse order. First, in terms of the fee compression, we've already started to see that. I said a while ago, a couple of years ago, that the 2 and 20 model was broken. It's still the preferred model in most traditional partnerships, but we're already seeing at our size and scale things where it's not coming down dramatically, but instead of a 2%, so think of 20% going. We're probably paying 1.75, 1.8. Carry is really still sticking around that 20% hurdle. And you're right, everybody is going after co-investments. You hear all the other funds talk about it. And we'll go into that in the future, but Margot has a very dedicated strategy to be a key partner with key GPs so that we're not trying to do everybody's co-investment, but ones where we have a high degree of confidence. It's going to be competitive. I mean, that's why we've said to you in the collaborative model, we need talent, we need people. And some of the recent additions are just spectacular. So I'm really optimistic that our portfolio as it grows is already starting to show some excellent results. In real estate, I think it's going to be, we have the opportunity to be competitive. Mike and his structure being able to do some REOCs. We have some really interesting and unique structures. State of Washington has copied some of those. Other people are talking about it. Ontario Teachers, it lives it. I think we'll see competition, but that market is pretty huge. Real estate's still localized. Infrastructure has been a slow change. Paul's looking at those. We're doing separate accounts. We're doing some interesting structures. A lot of talk with global peers. That's the team that Scott's part of, the institutional investor roundtables. Problem is, it's been 4 years of talk and not a lot of action. Back to, I think, your first question in terms of do I see our costs going down? Unfortunately, I think when you see the report for this current calendar year, the year 2020, yes, the costs will go down simply because nobody took any profits because it's been such a bizarre year with COVID. I'm hopeful, as Mike showed you, the amount of carried in, or the amount of commitments we made in private equity and real estate after the 08 crisis. We were slow in private equity. I admit that because we clamped them down. There weren't as many transactions, but I think the ones that we're seeing are very profitable and people will eventually take profits. And then eventually if the real estate market opens up a little bit. So it'll be a case where you'll see the amount of carried interest go up, but that's a good thing because they're getting a slice of the profit. It still seems to be very true in the investment business that incentives work very powerfully. And in our view, if you have an incentive, then they have some skin in the game. They have their money aligned with us, and we think that's a good thing. So as we always discuss, cost is the other side of profit. So we want to track our profits and then also look at our net costs. But our goal is, I think we can improve our ratio through the collaborative model. It's going to take time, 5-6 years, but we've outlined the kind of savings. We've said as much as $300 million a year we think we could reach on a steady basis within a few years.
That's great. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Can I make
Scott? Yes, Scott.
Can I make a comment, Betty? You
Please.
asked such great questions. I feel like jumping in as well. I just wanted to make a couple of points. The first is it's going to be hard for us to keep total costs from going down because our assets are increasing on the one hand.
Right.
Then the second is we've developed an asset allocation that is going to increase our private markets asset classes, which by virtue is more expensive than the public markets. So we have those pressures, and I'm going to quote Chris in bending the cost curve in the sense that as our assets grow and as we move more into private markets, what we're trying to do is bend that cost curve through cost savings to hopefully at some point stop that growth. So that's really kind of on a bigger picture, that's our goal. The one number, I mean, to me, just to give you the number that stood out to me in this whole report, I would say $800 million. And the reason why that stuck out to me is that is the difference between our internal management and our external management. The difference is about $800 million in the year 2019, including all costs, including carried interest and everything. So that $800 million is kind of that landmass for us to take a look at and say, how much of those costs from that 800 million can we try to do more internally? Roughly we spent somewhere in the neighborhood of $48 million on our total staff, all in, not just the salaries and benefits, but everything, all the costs loaded into that. So you can see if we spent 1.3 billion to essentially hire external managers, our staff is a fraction of that cost. So the third point I wanted to make is just that, I think that number validates what staff has really been doing historically. And, if you looked at global equity, we managed 70% of those assets internally. And a year ago, that was like somewhere near 60%. And 4 or 5 years ago, it was a lot lower than that because June and the global equity team have really built the internal management over the last 5 years. Fixed income, we do 86% of our assets internally, right? So we've done a lot of that, and where we're going to do more and more of that. If we say 60% of our portfolio is managed internally, 48% of that is public markets, 12% of that is in this hybrid category. We actually partner with our managers, so it's more costly. To give you some more ratios, even though I started with just remember the number 800 million. To give you some numbers, our internal public markets is about 11 times differential between external and internal management. The private markets, because we end up leveraging those partners, we end up paying those partners, but we're trying to leverage them in different ways to save costs, like in co-investments. We're 30 to 40% sort of more effective on that cost basis. So I think there's a lot of room to grow in effectiveness in the private markets. And we've said this before, but our private equity team has forecasted that if we double our base of co-investments today, and granted we're paying no fee, no carry on those co-investments, hopefully that continues in the future, then they estimate $500 million of savings cumulatively over the next 5 years, just to show you the effectiveness that could go on. So kudos to the public markets teams, first of all, because we're far down the road of direct investing there. And I think the private markets team, we're going to continue to evolve this hybrid strategy, what we call the cloud model in those areas, leveraging those partnerships. I think that's going to become a lot more effective in the future.
Yeah, no, I agree. No, thank you, Scott. Really great insight going forward. Thank you, Joy. That's all I have.
Great. Thank you, Betty. Next, we'll go to Bill and then to Harry. Bill?
Well, I just want to commend the staff on this report. I think it is terrific. It's thorough, and to the extent that it is so thorough that I was wondering whether it would be possible to take the highlights, some of which I think Scott just identified, and to have a 1 or 2 or 3 page summary of some of this that could be utilized to demonstrate the value of the collaborative model, in terms of net returns being accomplished through the application of the collaborative model, especially in light of the fact that, we are going into a tough budget season, and that this would be to persuade those that are looking at budget proposals that the collaborative model is net very positive for the organization. Would it be possible to have a summary?
Yes.
Bill, I think
the short
that's
answer is yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's a great idea. And in fact, in addition to doing that, Bill, I think, Chris, when we release our cost report, don't we also release it usually with a press release, releasing it beyond being on the agenda at our board meeting? And if we haven't already included some of the themes that Bill is talking about in that press release, I think we really want to take the opportunity to highlight it there as well. But I think Bill's point is a great one.
We will create a cost at a glance, one page, double-sided, and get it out with a press release, Joy.
Great, thank you.
Going back to Bill, your question, we internally have already started some of the discussions. We're speaking with the communication team, Karen and Diane, and have worked out how to consistently have summarized, bulleted information from the cost report out to key stakeholders. So great point.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. And again, I thought this was a terrific report. It showed an enormous amount of effort and analysis, and kudos to the team. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Thank you for the suggestion on the question, Bill. Harry, if it's okay, before we go to you, I see Alan popped onto the screen. Alan, is there a comment you want to offer?
Yeah, I'll be very brief, Madam Chair. This is truly another example of good teamwork and good management, showing the depth of the resources that have been committed to looking at costs. But I think addressing this issue without giving some credit to Paul Rosenstiel, who was the motivating force in this report, would be a disservice to him. And so I just wanted to remind the board that this was a focus of Paul, and to their credit, the staff took it to heart and has made it much better than anyone ever intended. And to the best of my knowledge, this is, particularly in a new format, the best cost report I've seen anywhere in the country.
Wonderful, Alan. Thank you for the reminder. I think many of us, if not all of us on the board, know Paul and remember a lot of the way that I think he pushed us to think about this differently and challenged us in a really good way, given the output and the model that we have now. So, Alan, appreciate the comments. Harry, I've got you next, but Gail has also raised her hand. Do you want to go now, Harry, or would you like to have Gail go first and have you wrap up?
I'll defer to Gail.
Okay, thank you, Harry. Okay, Gail, we'll turn it to you.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I agree with Alan. I do, I think Scott touched on it, that on INV 25, I do want to understand a little bit better kind of the hybrid, when we talk about the hybrid management costs versus the internal management costs versus the external management costs, especially in the private asset classes, and especially given, I do think we'll continue to see carried interest, like Chris said, decrease. So I think the cost report will continue to be a little bit confusing to actually measure costs. And obviously what we're trying to do is see if we can ever get to sort of the net. And it may not be, that may be oversimplifying it, but in terms of how we're looking, especially at the private asset classes, because you've done such a great job in global equities, could we talk a little bit more about, I don't entirely understand why internal management costs are still on here. And then how, I wonder if in the future we could talk about sort of going from maybe a little bit more of a way to look at these pie charts that shows the movement that doesn't necessarily include carried interest. Does that question make sense? If you could just expand on that a little bit more.
I'll jump quickly, I don't know if someone else wants to take it afterwards, but the internal management, if you're seeing when we show the kind of the pie chart that shows those expenses, that is not counting carried interest and includes more than management fees. So that internal portion you see is the operational expenses it takes to manage the investments as a whole. So we take internal salaries, infrastructure costs around everything and throw that into the internal management side. So when you see cost for internal management, it's not a management fee. It's mainly what it takes to keep the lights on and the staff that it supports those investments.
I guess I understand what you're saying, but why would that be included? I mean, isn't some of that a given? I mean, some of those are just sunk costs for operating CalSTRS.
So this cost report is meant to encompass all costs it takes to run the investment branch. It's not just an explanation of manager fees. So we're trying to capture every expense that gets made, all the way from software vendors, et cetera, that all gets thrown in. So this is all in the cost that it takes to run the investment branch.
And Gail, to your point, at the end of the day, you're on point. At the end of the day, it's the net returns that we want to increase. So the capture ratio kind of sums it up and shows you out of the gross returns, how much were we able to keep and bring back into the portfolio. And along the way, we want to show you the cost to be more transparent as to how we got to those net returns from the gross returns. So this cost report is really all encompassing every cost possible for managing the investment portfolio. That includes operating the portfolio, staff costs, management fees, carry, everything. I hope that.
Yeah, no, that's really helpful. And then I just think to Scott's earlier point about how the timeline in which we can sort of change private equity, like we've changed other parts of the organization. It seems like that'll be really affected by this low interest environment, and also potentially just by having fewer opportunities in 2020, like Chris said. So can we just speak a little bit to if that'll change the trajectory of the cost report at all, because we'll have to rely kind of on outside managers to get those deals? Or Shavat, I don't know if you have.
Do you want me to jump in on that, Shavat?
Sure, go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, because one thing that I think you were asking that in your questions that we didn't answer yet is the hybrid category. Really, what is that? And that's a category of private market collaborative model. The heart of that is private markets collaborative model types of structures. And I guess I would just make a large analogy that consider this like a gigantic home improvement project. And if you're doing a home improvement project, there's certain things you can do yourself, like painting. At least I think I can do the painting. You can do painting as well as any contractor, for example. There are other things like if I was to install the granite countertop in the kitchen that you couldn't do, right? In the public markets, that's like our painting. We can do that all internally, and we've done that. In the private markets, we don't have the expertise, and I don't think we're going to hire the expertise in order to do it fully ourselves. And so what that means for us, and as we define that as internal hybrid management, it's we're hiring managers and we're working with them in a different way, a collaborative way. So we've talked about owning real estate operating companies, but as we own them, we're still in their funds and paying fees. It's just that we're sharing in the profits in that kind of structure. In joint ventures, we could be anchoring and starting a new manager where the fees are lower, but we're still paying fees. And so that hybrid category, I think as we evolve, we're going to continue to make it more and more efficient, just like we did in the public markets. But it's still, there still is a baseline of costs because even if you think about private equity and co-investments, if we were to be in a fund, and even if we, probably an amazing contract would be to say, we'll do half of our money in your fund and half of your money into co-investments. We basically cut the 2 and 20 fee structure in half, but we're still paying, kind of 1 in 10, if you will, on the total. So just to give you some understanding of that hybrid category, And you're right, we're shifting more into private markets. That's part of our asset allocation plan. That's where we are finding some opportunities also in this environment and things like private credit. And we're executing more and more from a collaborative model basis, hoping to bend the curve. But I think you're right in the sense that the starting point is that it's more costly, and it's our goal to just continue to try to bend that curve.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Gail, for the questions, and Scott and team for responding. I guess before I turn it over to Harry, maybe just given some of the questions that just came out during this last exchange, I just want to invite, I think it's Stephanie and Raylan from Mercer. I don't know if either of you have any observations or comments to add about, how we look at this issue as our collaborative model initiative grows, and anything you can share about how our approach to the cost report might also evolve. Just
Joy?
Invite any comments.
Joy?
Yes.
As you're turning it over to Stephanie and Rayling, I thought I'd weigh in simply because that's who my questions were going to be for.
Perfect. Go ahead, Harry.
If they could, and before I do, I just wanted for the record, all home improvements in Santa Monica on 12th Street are outsourced, including the painting. So that's just for the record. But I appreciate if Stephanie and Raylan could speak to the role that Mercer plays in terms of an independent set of eyes that are verifying these numbers and this extremely important report that we receive on an annual basis. It's tremendous. It's really valuable. I look forward to it. But from your perspective, the independent set of eyes, I think, and the role that Mercer plays, it's critically important for us to know. Thank you.
Sure. This is Stephanie Perry with Mercer. I can speak to that question about our role. This is always a report we look forward to it at Mercer, and certainly is one that we're collaborating closely with CalSTRS on. The relationship with the managers and the response rate we've seen it continues to be quite high. Over 98% of private assets managers are providing responses in a standardized, consistent manner, and we continue to see a really great adoption amongst managers, and continue to see costs flat or steady, and improved reporting and quality of reporting. That there's less back and forth with managers than we saw 5 years ago, for sure.
And if I may, this is Raylan Lambert, Global Alternatives Leader at Mercer. Just to answer your question, Joy, on some of the trends, when I read through this report and having been involved over the past 5 years, the first thing that really comes to mind is, when we first started on this journey together with you and with staff, it really was a focus on a point in time. And then you started building trends which helped inform action. And I think one of the things that really became evident and came forth in this report, so kudos to Mike Schott and team, is really how you're looking at projections and what to anticipate relative to your asset mix, your size of your portfolio, the amount of commitments, your NAV growth. That trend analysis, as well as forward-looking insight, I think is fantastic. The other thing that I've really always been impressed by is it's not just your reporting out. The staff on all the meetings we have to go through the data, they're really looking at how can we interpret this information as a means to enact changes in a positive way to our overall portfolio by bringing costs down, by really looking at the collaborative model, by increasing co-investment. So that has been tremendous. And I guess the last point I'll make is just, I think you at CalSTRS have tremendous scale. So what Scott just pointed out in terms of the 500 million direct and 500 million, and a commingled structure, you really have an opportunity to utilize that scale to your advantage, not only in the core relationships across asset classes as you've been doing, but not all LPs can do that. So I think it's something that you can use your scale when you need to, but you can also remain nimble when that is most advantageous.
Great, thank you very much for the comments. Harry, did you have any follow-up questions, either for our consultants or for the staff?
I didn't, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. I do just have one question that I think would welcome feedback either from Mercer or the staff. And looking at the peer comparison that's referenced in the cost report, is there a way, either at present or in the future, to also get a little bit more granular and look at a peer set that has the same type of collaborative model or hybrid approach that we are moving towards, so that we could see how our some of our metrics around the collaborative model and what we anticipate or are forecasting in terms of some of the cost savings, how that might look when compared to other funds that also have taken or are taking that approach.
Sure, I can jump in on trying to answer that, and Melissa, feel free to add anything. So the peer comparison is done by CEM. They are the leader in providing this kind of survey for measuring costs. We can actually do some kind of comparison with other funds that are kind of in a similar model, but the challenge really, Madam Chair, is that the reporting and the collection of cost is not consistent across the industry. As you've heard a few folks mention here today, that not everybody reports costs at the level that we do. So we can do the comparison, but it's going to be based on a subset of the data that you saw today within this cost report.
Okay, thank you. And I think maybe it's just something to consider, given the questions we've had today, given this, suggestion by Bill to really highlight, what we think are going to be advantages to the fund as we move toward the collaborative model. But I think I'd really defer to the staff and to Mercer on whether or not those comparisons and the data sets will be meaningful and appropriate, given some of the caveats, Shafat, that you raised. So we'll just kind of stay tuned and see how that might play out over the next few years.
Absolutely, yes, we'll try our best.
Great, thank you. Okay, well, thank you very much. Thanks, Stephanie and Raylan. Thank you very much for joining us today. And to Mike and Shafat and Melissa, thank you very much. Another, it's kind of amazing, Chris, you reminding us that this is our 5th annual report. Great work, and I look forward to, kind of seeing, what some of the reaction might be externally as we release it more publicly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any, to the staff, are there any public comments for this item?
There are no callers in the queue.
Okay, great, thank you. So now we will shift to our next agenda item number 6, which is our CIO report from Chris. And I think I just want to just kind of level set with the committee that, we did, I think, expand the time allotted for this CIO report to more than what we usually might allot. It's 30 minutes. Chris will provide his report and commentary, but then we also did have Makita share with the committee a memo that they had developed, getting input from other funds and with their clients around the low interest rate environment that we are in and may be in for for some period of time. And we intentionally wanted to invite the committee to have a discussion with Mercer about their memo and kind of questions that we have about how it applies to CalSTRS. So I just wanted to provide that context. Chris, I'll turn it over to you, and then I think we're going to turn it over to Alan to provide some highlights from the memo and discuss that topic.
Thanks, Joy. I know all of you are a bit tired from and emotionally drained from last night and all the conundrum that we're seeing politically. But on the investment side, a couple of things have stayed the same. COVID is still a problem. We're still in a health crisis. You're seeing that in the markets play out in very different ways. The equity market is positive today just because of some unknowns, but they really look forward at what's going to happen to the economy. Before I jump in the slides, there's a couple of things in the CIO report I want to draw your attention to. So in INV 57, that is your global equity risk budget. We worked a lot on the risk budget. Here's your report to show you where they are, and they're within the policy range. INV 58 breaks out those risk factors, just if you want to get granular on it. And then on INV 59, something that you know I have talked about, the 2 C's. We're still always going to talk about climate change, but I have to tee up the discussion on China. That remains a problem for the USA. That hasn't changed after last night. And you can see there for the first time that China's exposure, and you can add in Hong Kong just to be fair, but China's exposure now is the largest nation. It passed the UK and Japan in our exposure report. And then look down in table 2. For the first time in my history, there's Taiwan Semiconductor and Alibaba that suddenly creep up into our top 10 holdings at the total fund level. And then if you look at table 3, so now you're just taking a slice of that whole portfolio, just looking at global equity, which is roughly half of the portfolio. But look at those names in global equity: Alibaba, Taiwan Semiconductor, and the last one, Tencent. So 2 Chinese companies and a Taiwanese company in our top 10 global equity holdings. China matters. And we're going to spend the next 6 months doing a deeper dive and talking about that because it's a risk in many parts of our portfolio and something we want to focus on. In my slides, Jonathan, I'm going to surprise you if we can jump all the way to slide 8. I encourage the board to look through the slides. You've seen many of those graphs year to date before. Market is really moving sideways. So back one, I'm sorry, numbers are off. The US yield curve. A year ago at this time, we were talking about the curve flattening and inverting. We were terribly afraid of it because it would signal a recession. And lo and behold, boom, COVID hit. And here we are with the front part of that curve, 1 month to even 2 years, hugging zero. And even the long end. Up at almost 1.5. The long bond today at one point was up over 3 points. So a double-digit return on the day. But that's what's going to drive our discussion now and into the future. Lower for longer. Another thing that didn't change last night is Jay Powell is still in charge of the Fed, and the Fed's target is still going to be near zero, and it's zero for lower for longer because of the health crisis. Within fixed income, you can get higher yields in what we call spread product, corporate bonds, asset-backed securities, those types of things. But that front end of the curve is going to be pegged very low. The Treasury, Federal Reserve does want to try and do some yield curve management. That's where they'd focus out on the right side of that curve, the 10 and 30-year bond. But all they can do is talk it. They can't necessarily directly control it. So the next slide. The risks on the horizon really have not changed. We have COVID. You obviously have to add now the contested election. I was on TV yesterday and I made the comment that, Wall Street was expecting really their average was about an 8% likelihood of a contested election. Kudos to our staff. When we did our survey, we actually pegged it at 24%. Sadly, now we're in a contested election. Now, hopefully things will play out because Wall Street's rally today is an assumption that the rule of law will hold. We didn't, sad to say, we didn't get a blue wave. We ended up with mixed government. And I hate to tell you, but Wall Street likes a divided government because then they don't have to worry about massive change, just subtle change. But these risks still remain. And as I've said to many people over and over, we're in a health crisis. We're still in a health crisis. We're worried about now the third wave. It's already hitting Europe. Will it hit the US worse as we go into the winter months? Next slide. And then here are our extreme risks. Those remain. China aggression, Iran, North Korea hasn't gone away either. And that may become a problem. They always like to draw everybody's attention after a US election to remind everybody that they're still out there and still threatened. So let's go forward. So into the Makita paper. really, at least these are the takeaways I took from it, which is that, significant uncertainty in the markets, irregardless of the presidential election, COVID, we just have a period of uncertainty. Climate change, I mean, good grief, the NOAA has gone through all the letters of the alphabet and started back over again on the hurricanes. That's going to be normal, I think, going forward. Certainly the air pollution, the fires, those kinds of things are going to be normal. And how the world deals with that, that's really where it's going to come down, is how do governments react to that and take action? So a lot of uncertainty going forward, historically low rates well into the foreseeable future. I was debating with Bloomberg, is that 5 years, 10 years? The Fed's not going to look out past 5 years. And it is going to be lower for longer, but certainly a 5 year to 7 year time period is reasonable to look at. They have to worry about inflation, and they're going to want to reinflate. But the bottom line, I think that Makita wanted to make is it's going to be really hard to make 7 in the next 5 to 10 years. And I absolutely have to agree. Does that mean we revisit our 7% hurdle? I would say no, simply because that's a 30-year average. And we have no ability to forecast that after 10 years, the next 10 years might be higher returns. And let's keep in mind that when rates are really low, that allows people the opportunity to leverage. From 2010 to 2019, we saw periods of double-digit returns because interest rates were so low. It just means that on the fixed income side of the portfolio and asset prices in general are priced lower because the beginning point of fixed income is priced lower. So our target return will be hard to achieve. We know that going in. You'll probably hear us repeat it every single year. Next page. Here's my takeaways, and then I'll turn it over to Alan to describe his view on these. But when I read through their paper, number one, be nimble, but also stay the course, which is hard to do when you're a $250 billion fund. We're staying the course. We're right on top of our asset allocation targets, but I've always said being nimble is very difficult for a big fund. It's even harder when you're a government entity with a government business model structure. And so I think we have to build that in from a governance perspective and a policy perspective to actually allow some nimbleness. They've also said be opportunistic. Now that's tough. That's trying to jump around and being nimble and being at the right place at the right time. I'm proposing that possibly means what we really should look at is a new asset class. We have innovation, but it's really intended to be a small laboratory, not betting the farm, not taking big chunks of the portfolio. Opportunistic means that to move the needle, you're going to need 5 to 10% of the assets to really make a dramatic change. But I think that's something that we'd want to do in concert with the investment committee, the consultants, try and make an agreement on everything as we move forward, because opportunistic is a challenge. You can add return, but you can also cost return. And historically, I have to tell you, CalSTRS has tried not to be opportunistic. It was way back in the 1980s, from 83 to about 93. The CIO had a 10% discretionary portfolio, and the CIO tried to be very opportunistic. 2 of those years, he was right, but 8 of those years, he was dead wrong. And CalSTRS landed in the 4th quartile during that time period. In about 97, the board got rid of that idea and went to a straight asset allocation, and we've been there ever since. I'm not advocating for discretion, but I think we need to look at that as a challenge. They say continue to focus on diversification, and we are very diversified. Actively manage risk to provide protection, which I think that's what we have the RMS category. They openly talk about RMS. I tease Stephen, I wish we had copyrighted the risk mitigating strategy slogan. We'd be making royalties now on that. And then focus in, for us, I think, focus in on fees, which is the collaborative model, finding new ways to do things that are less expensive than the traditional partnership. So this isn't just private equity. When we talk about private markets, just think partnership. Generally, that's 2 and 20, and we're trying to break that. So anything that's not a traditional partnership falls into the collaborative model and is generally lower cost and hopefully a better capture ratio. So Alan, those are my key takeaways from this memo. things that are very long-term the board needs to discuss and think about. What are your takeaways?
Thanks, Chris. And you did a lot of my job for me, so I got to scramble to figure out how to manage my notes. But first, I want to make sure the board knows that Steve and Mika are also on the call, and they might add in at any point. I'll try to go quickly, but there really is a reason to focus on this. The current level of interest rates in the developed world are unprecedented lows, with the exception of Japan, which has had 0 interest rates for well over a decade. And this presents an unbelievable challenge with no textbook and no manual that tells us exactly how to manage it. And that really is a challenge. And it's a challenge not just for you, but it's a challenge for all investors. It's a challenge for a retiree on Social Security who used to be able to get some income on their bank accounts. It's the colleges who have endowments. Everyone is facing the challenge. What are the big issues? Number one, the easy one is the rate of return. But it's going to impact the cost of funding the system. It's going to impact funding ratios. And for many investors, including you, it may well impact the structure of the investment portfolio. When we began to see this, and it really started looking at negative interest rates in Europe, and that focused our concern. And then with COVID and the unbelievable reduction in rates and the intervention by the Federal Reserve, we knew this was an issue. And so we reached out to our clients, and 7 of us within Makita, along with 7 clients, including CalSTRS, led by Geraldine, and a select group of money managers and academics, started a process. The first thing was a survey. And the reason for the survey was we wanted to get a handle on what people were thinking about. How did they look at the world? And so what are some of the findings of the survey? First, that is in the law, the intermediate term growth globally will be muted. That it is the belief that inflation will remain low. And keep in mind, when inflation remains low, that means there's not a lot of economic growth and capital markets shouldn't dramatically expand. That both central banks and governments will continue to put in whatever they can to delay or defer another recession. And that all the risks that existed before COVID still exist. They haven't gone away. And that is really a challenge because, as we like to say, nothing is cheap. At the same time, particularly in the developed world, the demographics, and it's not just Europe and Japan, but the US and even China is aging. And in fact, there are going to be more people retiring and taking money out of the system than working in many parts of the developed world. Expected interest rates are expected to stay low, but at the same time, as Chris indicated, the yield curve is currently positive and we expect it to continue to be positive. And there was a minority of people in the survey who thought that current conditions could promote good economic growth. So I don't want to say there's only clouds. There were some people that really believed there was a lot of sunshine. In the report, we have a chart on page 3 that shows the history of the yield on a 10-year Treasury bond. And most of you probably don't remember it viscerally. A couple of us do, but in the early 80s, in 1981, the yield on the 10-year Treasury bond was 14.3%. Yesterday, it was at 88 basis points. Today, it's at 77 basis points. What that means is there's been this phenomenal reduction, historic reduction in interest rates over a 30-year period, which fueled not just a rally in bonds, but lower interest rates are good for stocks, and it really supported, along with technology, and the globalization of capital markets and unbelievable expansion in the equity markets. You had extraordinary returns from bonds, which mathematically cannot be replicated. It's just really important to remember that. Even if interest rates go negative, you're never going to see the kind of yields and returns you had from bonds going forward. It's important to keep in mind that you care about just nominal rates, but inflation adjusted or real rates. And right now, the expectation is that inflation over the next decade will be plus or minus 2%. That means that even the long end of the Treasury market, which is the highest yielding part of the Treasury market, about 1.8% or less, will generate a negative real rate of return over a decade. And that means you won't just hold value, you will lose purchasing power in those assets. And history has proven that that starting yield is a very, very good indicator of what the return will be over the holding period. It's important to remember that your portfolio and all investors' portfolios can only grow from two sources: capital appreciation and contributions. There are no silver bullets. There's no magic wand. Those are the only two sources of growth. And for you, if you don't get the return out of the capital markets, that means employees and employers in the state will have to increase contributions to meet the obligations which you're legally obligated to meet. It's important to keep in mind that in the early 80s, your portfolio and all public funds in California and most institutional portfolios were dominated by bonds. In fact, you were constrained by the Constitution. And what has happened since those constraints have moved and interest rates have consistently gone down, your portfolio and those of almost all other large institutional investors have gone from very safe and staid investments in bonds to a higher equity allocation in order to meet actuarial interest rate assumptions, and also to be more diversified. In the early 80s, your portfolio didn't have any real estate, didn't have any infrastructure, didn't have any private equity. I could go down the list, didn't have any high yield bonds, of things it did not have that it has today, all of which have roles in the portfolio. But it's much more complex. Recognizing that the current yield is a good indicator of what the return will be over the next decade, and recognizing that when we develop capital market assumptions, we start with a return on cash. Today, the return on cash, for all intents and purposes, is zero. And then you start adding premiums for risk. So what is the premium today for the 10-year bond? Let's call it 0.75%. Well, historically, the premium for equities is plus or minus 6% over bonds. Maybe a little bit less than that. Well, you add those up, and sadly, you get to a number significantly below 7% over that 10-year horizon. Mr. Elman's completely correct. Once you go beyond that, the numbers could be significantly different. But at least in the next decade, there's a headwind that you'll be facing, that things like the collaborative model, being creative, bringing things in-house, reducing costs, will just be more and more important. There's one other factor that we don't talk about too often, and that is the difference between risk and uncertainty. We live in uncertain times. Risk is something we can measure. We use standard deviation as the measure, and you see that, the statistical tool that you hear often. Well, we can put a number on that. We can't put a number on what the impact is of COVID. We don't know. We don't know what will happen in the political environment. It's uncertain, and it's uncertainty that is dominating most people's thinking today, because there are so many things that we don't know. We followed the survey with a Zoom call. And the reason for that was to get both the plan sponsors, such as yourself, the whole Makita team, and the outside experts to say, what the heck can we do with this? Where do we go? And suffice it to say, there is no magic bullet. No one knows exactly what to do. But there were 4 themes that came across. And I won't go into great depth. I'll just manage them, address them, and then ask you if you have any questions. First is a barbell. And basically a barbell gets rid of investments in the intermediate risk return category and focuses on concentrating in equity-oriented investments, would be public equity and private equity, maybe infrastructure and real estate, and risk mitigation on the other end, eliminating possibly corporate bonds in large part, high yield bonds, and other strategies that are sort of blended strategies. Continue to accept risk and make sure you're diversified, exactly what Mr. Ellman talked about. Taking advantage of low interest rates. Well, as long-term investors, if you can borrow at historically low interest rates and generate higher returns on the assets you're lending against, you magnify the return, but you also magnify the risk. And so the use of leverage has to be very, very thoughtful and very, very deliberate, with a clear understanding of what the upside and the downside are. But clearly, particularly for private equity and real estate, those managers who can effectively use leverage will enhance their returns, even though I think we would believe that those returns compared to history will be muted. Being opportunistic. Chris mentioned that. It sounds easy. If it was easy, everyone would be doing it. It's not easy, but you have a well-designed liquidity portfolio that gives you the opportunity that if there is a mispricing in the marketplace with your strategic relationships, you have the potential to take advantage of it. Madam Chair, I think that covers it. I try to do it quickly. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Alan and Chris, for the overviews. Let's see, we'll turn to the board for some questions. I've got several people in queue. I think first we have Gail, and then Bill, and then Betty. Gail, turn it to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Chris and Alan. A few questions. One, just in terms of process, Madam Chair, I'm interested to see if we could see the flip of this next month in terms of having the actuaries look at what a low risk environment means and really see if we can kind of map out what that means for our members. I think what Alan said about costs, obviously there's both in terms of the risk to the state. I think it's really important that the state understand that and whatever pressure may be on the general fund. And I think it's really important that our members, especially our post-PEPRA members, understand potentially what the risks that Alan, not including uncertainty, I take that point, but what that could mean for all of us. So I turn to the chair and vice chair and obviously you, Madam Chair, to see if that's something that we could potentially consider, and if not in December, certainly by January. So you don't mind looking into that, I would appreciate it.
And Gail, I'm sorry, I think Harry took his mic off mute. So Harry, I don't know if there's any comment you can make about how we might handle that issue.
Yeah, sure. I think it would be appropriate for you and I to have a conversation with staff and look at what's realistic in terms of time around. In the time that I've been on the board, we've gone through different iterations of reviewing low rate environments and what that means and where the pressure points will be. So I think it's information that's important for us to have and for all of us to be on the same page on. But I think we need to be realistic in terms of what's the appropriate time around and where and how that information is shared. So Joy and I can have that conversation with staff, and then perhaps we can have a communication sent out to everyone in terms of updating the committee in terms of how that's being processed. So if staff could just make note of that in terms of the minutes to be sure that we follow up on our end. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Harry. And I think the one other thing I'd add, Gail, is, and I think Harry referenced this, but you know, given that it'll require having our actuarial team take a look at it, it may not be an investment committee item, it may be at the full board. So I think that you know, we'll take a look at that and get back to everyone.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that and completely defer to you on process and timing, but I appreciate the willingness. Thank you. Then on just a few other points. One on the idea of this opportunistic fund. I really appreciate, Chris, you mentioning that, and Alan, your point that it's not necessarily easy. I do think, kind of given the huge strides our investment team has made in things like the collaborative model and co-investments, especially you know, perhaps in private debt, for example, I would love to see if we could continue to educate the board on the idea of creating a new asset class. I do think, given the twin sort of issues around risk, uncertainty, especially around a pandemic, and then low interest, to me, it does seem, and obviously I defer to our experts on this, but this recession is unlike others we've seen, especially given the performance of the market. And I would love to really see if we could learn more about what it would mean to add this asset class that allows us, despite our size, to be a little bit more nimble and to really give our team the opportunity to see what's out there and to see if we can really encourage that type of creativity to offset the actuarial risk we'll discuss in the future. And then in terms of the risks that that we were talking about, and I think that Makita's memo did a really good job laying this out. I don't know if there is a way. I assume, given the stated risks in this environment, I assume that we'll really continue to sort of focus on those and ways we're mitigating them. But I do think that it's just really helpful as we go forward. And this is a question for Makita. If you were able to fairly regularly continue to sort of use this low interest rate memo that you did, that's so helpful as a benchmark, and then really see as we go forward, if we can continue to sort of compare where we are versus where we were, so that we have this point in time and we understand how we're moving, so that we can remain really informed as we look at our portfolio writ large, and as we look at what our actuaries say are chances of what the model looks like in the future. I don't know, Alan, if that makes sense to you, like as to how we can more appropriately measure where we are in this much higher risk environment, especially with low interest rates. If we could have some type of consistent, whatever that timing looks like, information to the board that allows us to sort of measure where we are from today going forward, especially since, as you say, we have no control over the uncertainties, but we can continue to sort of really understand the risk. Does that make sense to you, Alan?
It does. And the low interest rate working group is an ongoing process. It hasn't ended, and your team led by Geraldine will be part of it. And we'll work with Chris and his team to constantly bring this issue up, because it's not going away, and it will drive so many other decisions. So the answer is unequivocally yes.
Great, thank you. I really appreciate that. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Gail. Next, we'll go to Bill and then to Betty. Bill?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairman. I have a question for Chris and also for Alan. The question to Chris is, with respect to leverage, you've expressed certain views on leverage with regard to the fund. And how are we looking at leverage, taking advantage of these low interest rates within the fund in terms of attacking or utilizing low leverage or low interest rates to assist our returns?
Bill, great question, because we are seeing peers. Some of the northern states and some of the southern states are openly considering leveraging their total fund portfolio, like 20%, 30%. So nobody's going to a full 100% turn of leverage, as we would say, but leveraging up the return, hoping that gets them to their hurdle. I've told you why I don't believe that's a good strategy for us, given our funding plan. But I do think there's opportunities, and as Makita pointed out, to leverage certain assets, because we've seen infrastructure opportunities, certainly real estate opportunities, and potentially even in private debt, where you get a steady cash flow. And if you can borrow at a very low rate, you know, we have a AA rating. I think it's going to be announced today. So knock on wood, but at the fund level, we have a rating from Fitch. But even then within the portfolio, Mike has very cleverly set up lines of credit with banks. He held a bank symposium where they really got a better orientation on our portfolio. We could do that same thing in other asset classes, borrow on a positive basis. Now, from my position, I really don't want us to take a lot of added risk. So we would try to borrow at the same maturity rate or certain maturity as our assets, so we have confidence in our cash flow. But you're right, that then produces, if you can borrow at 2 and earn a 5, then you've leveraged yourself north of 7 in terms of a rate of return for the fund. And that works to our advantage. So we can take advantage of the low rates as well. But I just really will focus in on doing that opportunistically and cautiously, rather than, as you know, our peer across the river still wants to look at leveraging up their total fund and particularly their private assets.
Oh, thank you. And Alan, you addressed the issue of the difference between uncertainty and risk. And I know this question is really out of left field, but it's something that I've been thinking a little bit about, and that's the political uncertainty and unrest that we seem to be facing in this country today, and highlighted by, you know, the returns from last night. We see these great divisions. If things work out as they appear to be moving, and we're going to have a split government with maybe an executive branch being with the Democrats and the Senate being with the Republicans. But, you know, one of the sort of accelerants that I've seen create this massive division, it has been social media. And so to what extent does social media and in terms of their sort of business model, can you measure their impact on the uncertainty or risk that is provided to the marketplace?
I wish I could give you an informed answer to that question, but history has proven that when you don't know, it's best to say you don't know. And I don't know. But I do think there's an issue that's right on point, but from a different perspective, Bill. And that is what's going on domestically has been going on in Europe for a very long period of time. And there is a global division. And I'm going to put my personal opinion, this isn't Makita's opinion, on what's driving it. And I believe it's income inequality. And a growing number of people have really been frozen out of the economic system and have lost their belief the economic system will address their needs. And their world has changed from 15 or 20 years ago. And they look in the future and it's not positive. And until there is a better handle on having people buy back into the system globally, not just domestically, I believe that division will continue to exist. But that's just my personal opinion. It's not the firm's opinion.
Yeah. Just to follow up, because I agree with you. And to what extent the low interest rates and add to that. I mean, following the global financial crisis, I think it's, what had been the disparity of wealth has just increased. And now with COVID, it has even been increased even more. And it's sort of my read. I don't know if you agree with that or not, but low interest rates certainly don't help for example, our membership. I mean, it doesn't help them. So do you have any thoughts on that?
Unequivocally, low interest rates benefit borrowers and not savers. And generally speaking, people, middle class and lower income people, really don't have access to the debt markets the way corporations and high net worth individuals do. And so the beneficiaries are those people who are risk takers as opposed to those people who are savers. And so it just magnifies, in my opinion, the impact that you mentioned.
Thank you, Alan. I'm glad we agree.
Great minds.
You're 50% right.
Thank you, Bill. Okay, we'll turn it over to Betty.
Thank you, Joy, very much. I really appreciated your statement, Chris, because, just kind of going through this piece, very much top of mind is just the risks that we already have embedded in our funding plan. And so, the question then becomes, just how much more can we take on, how much, and including the issue of leverage. But I am curious about the opportunistic position and potentially some strategies with respect to leveraging asset classes. And I wanted to just ask you a question about real estate, because it seems to me with all that's been going on with climate change and we're already seeing some of the looming impacts of climate change with respect to things like sea level rise on our coastal cities, and then also the short-term impact on our Class A office buildings from the pandemic. But yet the real estate outlook generally hasn't really changed much. And I'm just curious to see if you foresee any kind of change in the outlook. And there are just these factors that we're experiencing kind of real time, but this just feeds into my thinking about what types of opportunities are there really in real estate going forward.
Tough question, Betty, because I can't forecast the future. When I look at my crystal ball, the real estate market really is kind of frozen. I mean, Mike is looking at opportunities on fulfillment centers, obviously makes a lot of sense. Industrial is still operating in a very popular asset class. Apartments were priced to perfection, and now you're seeing apartment buildings go up all over the place. Which means apartments will probably be a worse performing asset class. Retail is just frozen. But remember back when the internet came on and we had, I don't even remember what we call it, Black Friday followed by Electronic Monday or whatever it was, right. Showing my age. That shift, everybody thought bricks and mortar would just disappear. Well, it turns out people actually like to go to the mall, even though they're not allowed to right now. I think maybe in a year or two, people will go back to the mall. So despite the fact that we think things have changed forever, we'll get back to some level of normalcy. I think in real estate, there are opportunities. We're very close to the long-term target. We have opportunities in office and other places. People are still paying their rents to add leverage if we want to and increase the leverage. We've been de-levering that portfolio. Just to reduce the risk because we were worried about price uncertainty. Prices just, nothing's changing hands. So there aren't any prices being struck at this point. And people will change their perspectives about downtown office. But I think, there are a lot of other opportunities. I'll go back to some of our successful projects. Cambridge Crossing is still going to be built out because boy, is there a need for medical. So the long-term trends that Mike and his team have been focusing on demographics, climate change factors in as a risk. But I think those things still are opportunities we can take advantage of slowly and steadily. And then, like I said, they've done a phenomenal job. Mitch Pleiss and Mike held a bank symposium that was well attended. So by consolidating and explaining our portfolio, we're able to tap into the banks much more directly. And borrow at a portfolio level in real estate rather than having our managers do it individually. So we're a sought after partner. So I think those kinds of efficiencies we can continue to explore and let the team be creative. And I think they'll find opportunities. We have a higher weight in real estate than most other pension plans. It's been good and it's been bad in our history. But right now is an opportunity for some nice steady cash flow if we can sit on it and then leverage it.
Great. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Betty. Are there any other questions from the committee for Chris or for Alan? Okay, great. Chris, thank you, and Alan, thank you again for sharing the report from Makita. I know that Geraldine had a chance to participate as a member of the group that you pulled together, and I think as that group continues to convene and you work together, it'll be, this clearly is a topic of high interest to the committee, and it's one that we're going to be facing for at least the medium term, and how are we define the long term. So we will continue to be taking it up at some of our future committee meetings. Thank you. Are there any public comments on this item?
There are no members of the public in the queue.
Okay. So I think we're nearing the end of our closed session agenda. The timed agenda that I had has us taking a break now, but I think we just have 2 more items in open session, just reviewing information requests and our draft agenda. So with the committee's permission, I'll just go ahead and wrap those up, and then we'll close, and then when we reconvene, we'll go straight into closed session. Agenda item number 7 is a review of information requests. I think we did have a few that just came up in particular during the CIO report. So I think Steve is on. There we go.
Hi, Madam Chair.
Steve, could you recap?
Sure. So I picked up, I guess, really 2 main ones from Ms. Miller. One was to have an item come back from our actuarial staff detailing the impacts of the low interest long-term environment on our funding. And then the second item was to learn about, have an item on a future potential new asset class with an opportunistic focus.
Great. And then there was one other one that I did have written down, and maybe this is something that just Harry and I can confer with the staff on to determine how to handle. I think it was also from Gail, and it was her question to Alan about just considering how we kind of measure risk going forward in a low interest rate environment. So we will take a look at that as well. So thank you, Steve.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Agenda item number 8 is our draft agenda for the next committee meeting. Chris?
Sorry, answering a text from Mike DeRay. It's a packed agenda. I would like to try and squeeze in, we're going to be shifting to a performance standard called GIPS, the Global Investment Performance Standard from the CFA. But we're trying to find lock in our China speaker that would give you a broad education and fit within the 2-hour format. So January and then of course March are very full meetings.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Are there any questions from the committee about the agenda? I think the one comment that I will just make, and I know that this is something that our board chair and vice chair have been talking about, but given the challenges that we have on time constraints in a Zoom environment, it can be difficult to be able to cover in our sessions and have the kind of committee discussion that we want to, not just in the investment committee, but in other committees. I think we're mindful of that. We'll work with Chris and his team to get the right items on the agenda for our scheduled committee meetings, but I think we, will also just continue to think about, especially for the duration that we're in more of a Zoom setting, whether there are other opportunities to hold off-cycle sessions if we need to make sure that we're covering topics that are important, because we need to strike a balance between being effective in this online environment, but also making sure that we're spending the time that we need to on the topics that are important. So I just wanted to assure everybody that that's something that we are paying attention to. I know we haven't had any public comments yet. The only statement that I wanted to make while we're still in open session is that although we don't have any speakers in the public comment line, we do accept public comment both verbally during the meeting as well as in writing. And leading up to this meeting, we did receive, receive form letters from 32 members of the public regarding divestment from fossil fuels. So I just wanted to state that for the record, that that is comment that we received in writing that's been made available to the committee. Okay, well, I think this concludes, I'm sorry, let me just recognize Karen. Karen, you have a comment or question?
Yes, I have a question. Sorry I didn't bring this up when you were talking about the draft agenda for the next investment committee. I might have missed it, but what are the items for the December special meeting that we're going to have? Are any of these going to be carryovers from this meeting or prepping for the January?
Yeah, I think December is a full board meeting, not an investment committee meeting.
Okay, okay.
Zach, I'll maybe turn it over to you.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. We've got three,
Okay.
we had 3 board items that we were carrying over
Okay.
from this
All right.
agenda for December, primarily the enterprise risk report and the and this actuarial item that we're talking about.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's okay. Okay. Good question. Thank you, Karen. Okay, so that brings us to the end of open session. We are going on our break now, and I think we will reconvene at 1 o'clock for closed session. Just ask everybody to dial in, about 15 minutes early if you can, so that we can make sure we're all connected. And then we'll go into our closed session. Thank you, everyone. Good session this morning. Have a good break.
Have a good break.
Great. Well, good afternoon. I hope everyone's had caffeine. You know, it's the afternoon. I used to have to teach classes at this time of day at LA City College, and I know how my students are at 3:20. So hopefully you have some caffeine or been able to walk around and get some vitamin D outside. This is the Compensation Committee. It's great to see everyone. With that, do we need to take a roll call? There she is. Hi. Can you go ahead and pronounce her? Can you tell me? Saida. Saida,
Yeah.
can you go ahead and take roll call for us?
Of course. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Healy,
Here.
Ms. Higa.
Present.
For the Director of Finance, Ms. Miller.
Here.
For the State Controller, Ms. Paquin.
Here.
Chairperson Hendricks, you have a quorum.
Great. Thanks, Saida. And I just wanted to kind of open the conversation. We have, oh, wow, Gail has really good lighting on this committee. I like that. Action item 1 is approval of our committee agenda. I'd entertain a motion.
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved.
Second.
And seconded by Lynn. Thank you, Harry and Lynn. And without objection, we will adopt our agenda. Any members of the public wanting to speak on item 1? All right. Item 2 is the approval of our minutes from September. So take a look at those, and I would entertain a motion to approve those minutes.
So moved.
Move approval.
It's been moved
Second.
by Harry and seconded by Joy. Any questions, comments, edits? Without objection, we will approve those minutes. Thank you, everyone. All right. So item 3, that is I'm sorry, I'm looking at my, here we go. That's on the consent agenda for information. It's the disclosures of incentives for statutory positions. You should see that in the 1920. Is there any board member that wants to pull that item or discuss it in any way? It's on consent. So let me make sure I can see my participants first. So I don't see anyone wanting to pull anything, so we'll go ahead and adopt that without objection. And that takes us to item 4, Melissa, which is our labor market benchmarking study update. We've got 15 minutes for this item. I'll hand it over to you, Melissa. Oop, I think you're on mute, Melissa. It's our favorite phrase.
Of course I am.
Exactly.
Good afternoon, everyone. Melissa Norsha, Director of Human Resources. I'll try to make it quick. Hopefully it won't take 15 minutes. So this item is an information item, and it's meant to update you on the compensation program's biennial salary study review. A few years back, the Compensation Committee did delegate the initiation of the biennial salary studies to the Chief Executive Officer. So this pay study has maintained a regular cycle of being conducted every 2 years, and it assesses competitive pay for positions that are under the board's salary setting authority. Now, we do this by using the board-approved comparator groups in comparing its pay levels to the competitive market. And the last pay review was done in 2019, where the board did move forward with updates to incentive opportunity pay for most of the positions. I would like to highlight 2 things that will be included in the review for May. The first has to do with the next item that I'll be presenting, which is a proposal to establish 2 new investment management classification. Now, if the board adopts the proposal, then a compensation structure will need to be established for those new positions, along with the other positions that would be included in that pay review in May. The second has to do with preparing the board for its refreshed review of a long-term incentive proposal item that is scheduled to be resurrected at the March meeting. So in anticipation of this effort, what staff would do would be to request that McLaughlin provide long-term incentive pay opportunity in addition to base salary and short-term incentive pay opportunity for the committee's use as they continue their assessment of a long-term incentive strategy. And then finally, the results of the study will be presented by more than likely Michael Oak. Some of you have met him, with McLaughlin, your compensation consultant, and also your primary comp consultant, Luis Navas, with Global Governance Advisor. And that would be at your May meeting in 2021. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Madam Chair, to see if there's any questions from the committee.
Thanks, Melissa. I'll just kind of give you some insight, I guess, and share with the committee, and then if committee members do have questions. I think the committee, we had our board offsite conversation around committees, and I just did want to give people kind of a preview that, as you outlined this, Melissa, kind of as the foundation for, other conversations we're going to have about LTIP. I do think one of the conversations we should be having, which I guess we can have probably maybe now or in the next item or at the end of our conversation today, is whether we think that discussion belongs, here in comp or in the regular board. So I'd really like to get input from board members on that, because this item that you're presenting to us right now is kind of laying a foundation for some bigger conversations we're having as a board. So I think at the offsite, there was a conversation around what's the best place to have some of these conversations, since it impacts the whole investment committee, which is made up of the entire board. So I see Harry's hand up. So Harry, do you have thoughts about that or something else? Go ahead. Can you unmute there?
There we go.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Sharon. So this item, Melissa, is something that staff it's delegated to the CEO to do. It's done every 2 years. We did engage with McLaughlin and Luis Navas' firm. Come back in March, is it, or May?
It would be May.
Okay. And they would come back with, if the committee approves the two new, the next item, they potentially come back with recommended pay scales for those positions, as well as the possibility of looking at a long-term incentive. And they're also going to be looking at the comparative group that we currently.
So what I meant by we would be using the current comparator group that was approved by, it's approved by the board, and it's a standing comparator group that we've used for the last three biennial reviews.
And they would come back in May with information, or do we expect them coming back with recommendations with an expectation that this committee would take action?
Yeah, so what they would do is, using our comparator groups, is they would construct the salaries based on what's in the policy, which we've set it at median pay. So they would look at the competitive market and see if there's any variances with regards to our positions and the competitive market, and determine if there's any adjustments that need to be made. In the past couple of reviews, we've done modest increases to base salary. And as you know, the last review, there were significant increases to the incentive opportunity. So they would bring all of that back for the positions. And it's tied to the current comparator group that we have in place.
Melissa, this is done traditionally every 2 years?
Yes.
What are the unintended consequences of not doing this now?
Well, we know that what occurs when we do have a lag in your every 2-year review, what the committee does receive as results are these very large variances in salary. So instead of doing incremental adjustments over a 2-year review, the committee and board may be faced with these very huge salary increases, which, as you know, sometimes that's not a favorable position to be in because of the optics of that. So I think you've done well by maintaining a regular cycle. And I don't know what the results will be for next year, but you know, we will see what is presented. I see Jack.
Melissa, it might be helpful for you to differentiate for Harry the adjustments of salary ranges versus salaries. The survey is adjusting your salary ranges, of course. But do you want to say so everyone's on the same page? Because I want to make sure that they're not the same thing. There's a salary administration policy, but this is keeping, you know, and to the extent our staff are within the range, it's not affecting them. But go ahead.
No, I appreciate that distinction, Jack. So this is really just adjusting the base salary ranges, as Jack mentioned. It doesn't necessarily mean that staff's pay are adjusted. That's something that Jack has delegation and manages those salary adjustments, except for the CEO and CIO positions, which the board has authority over. So there are some nuances with regards to the study that you're going to be receiving in May. It's really just assessing the position's base salary ranges and whether there needs to be any adjustments made to the base salary or the pay at risk, which is the short-term incentive. The reason why I brought up the long-term incentive pay opportunity, I think it's a good opportunity, not that you're going to be considering that in May, but definitely it will show you the variances in comparison with our positions and those that in the comparator group, so that when you are having the discussion throughout the rest of the work plan year, and it could go into the next work plan year, you have some sense of what those variances are when we're talking about a long-term incentive. And Luis Navas would also be able to help provide guidance to you as you navigate. I think that's going to be a separate conversation that the board's having relative to, you know, what does the board want to do relative to including a long-term incentive strategy within the compensation policy.
Thanks, Melissa. That's helpful, and I'm open to receiving as much information that's needed to understand the ranges, where we are relative to the ranges, and if we do approve these new positions next, what would be appropriate as what those ranges are, and then a further discussion around the LTIP. I just wanted to have clarity that this discussion is not about salary raises at this point, because to be very transparent, my appetite for that discussion is very, very low, given the environment we're working in and the competitive nature of our salaries at this point.
Thanks, Terry. Lynn, go ahead.
Thank you. So I appreciate your comments, Harry, and echo those sentiments as well, too. And I wanted to respond to something that you threw out there, Sharon, about whether or not the work of the comp committee should actually be the full board or full investment, whichever is more appropriate. And I think that as we continue to look at the collaborative model and what that means and the LTIP, we would be in favor of moving it to a full board review of that. Because I think these issues are big issues, and I think that we should all have input into them. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Lynn. Joy.
Yeah, I just would lend my support to Lynn's comments that I think it would be great if we could make sure that as many board members are connecting the two conversations between some of the discussions about the collaborative model and the great advantages that we see in being able to make progress there and how that connects to some of the compensation committee discussions. And it seems like it may be appropriate to have those at the full board level, because I think that'll support that approach.
Great. Thank you, Joy. And I saw Gail's thumbs up. So I'm going to take that as consensus from the committee. And Melissa, if it's all right with you, I know Amy's watching from the audience, if you will. But I do think maybe Harry and I, as chair and vice chair of the compensation committee, can work with you and Amy to figure out, because as I look at the compensation work plan, and I know we still have an item to discuss, but with the LTIP coming a discussion, I believe that's in March, correct?
Yes.
I just think some of these conversations, even the conversation we're going to have with the next item, they relate so much to kind of the investment, side of the house. And I think it involves so many pieces. And I think we're trying to work through how we think about compensation, but really it ends up kind of impacting how we think about things organizationally. And so with your permission, I'd love to have Harry and I work with you and Amy to figure out which items on our work plan moving forward after this meeting today that we might want to move into either the regular board or something like that. So if that's all right with you, Melissa, we'll work on that after today's meeting.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments about the item 4? It's an information item. And I appreciate you giving us the timeline, Melissa. Thank you. Seeing none, Melissa, why don't we go ahead and dive into item number 5. And if I can just set that up while my dogs are barking over there. This is an item, and I think, board members originally got an item that included 2 action items for the board. And Harry and I, working with Luis Navas, our compensation consultant, and Melissa, decided to kind of pull them apart and kind of take them kind of as baby steps, if you will, disaggregate them, just because it goes without saying, just talking about compensation and then the collaborative model, which we all support, but we just want to make sure we all understand as comp committee members, investment committee members, board members, that we're trusting and verifying this process. And so what we did is we kind of pulled the compensation piece out of that for a conversation down the road in the committee. And today, really, the focus is really looking at these 2 new positions that are being proposed by our investment staff to consider as part of the collaborative model. And this is an action item for that issue. I do just want to mention, we can take action today, or we can, we always have room to ask for more information. Melissa, can you opine on if we decide to wait and delay the decision, even on the classification piece, if what the implications would be if we needed more information and waited? Is there time frame wise? Is that?
Well, I think the impact is it delays my ability to begin working with the external control agencies to get the proposals, through the process. Although the board has authority to set classifications and compensation, we still need to work in partnership with the CalHR and the State Personnel Board. So that can be a very lengthy process, and so the impact is, not being able to recruit sooner for the skills that Chris and Scott need in the investment branch to execute on the collaborative model.
Yeah, and it looks like it takes up to potentially a year, which I'm sure, Gail, you have some insight into that process. So, but it takes quite a while. So I just want board members to be aware that there's flexibility, but there are implications. So with that, why don't we go ahead and I'll hand it over to you, Melissa, for the conversation.
Okay, thank you. Let me see here. Get this. Okay, so this next item is introducing the investment management classification concept proposal. Now, we have been hearing over the years in various meetings, including the investment committee meeting this morning, about the collaborative model investment strategy and the value add it's expected to bring to the fund and ultimately to our members. As you know, the model is achieved by bringing more assets internally to be managed by CalSTRS staff, thereby reducing the high fees that are being paid to external investment managers. Well, in order to implement this model, it's important that we reinforce the infrastructure within the investment office. And a key component toward fortifying this infrastructure is a human capital strategy. I refer to it as the people part of it. And it involves sustaining and growing a top-notch investment team to do the good work and to support the model's goals. And this is done by either staff who have grown the necessary skills internally, or by recruiting and attracting external investment talent to CalSTRS. Now, the class concept that's being presented today is not a new one. Its inception actually took place a few years ago when the Chief Investment Officer, Chris Ailman, shared his vision of the investment team growing and taking advantage of investment strategies such as the collaborative model, and being very thoughtful of the level of investment management classifications that would be needed to build out the structure and team. Well, we all know that Chris has grown a best-in-class investment management team. And the intent of this proposal is really to strengthen that team. Now, although this concept has been on the burner for a few years, Human Resources began partnering with Chris and Scott Chan, the Deputy Chief Investment Officer, over the past couple of years, really putting pen to paper after the board adopted the model and a plan was put in place to achieve its objectives. We went about assessing the current investment management classifications and identified where there were gaps in the competencies that were needed to support the model. Now, except for the Deputy Chief Investment Officer and the Associate Portfolio Manager, the Investment Director and the Portfolio Manager classifications were established well over 15 years ago. And the tasks and skills and knowledge that were established for those positions then were what we knew then or expected for the near future. Our current review identified what competencies are needed to support the investment strategies, not only now, but through the 21st century. And it did result in the creation of 2 additional investment management classifications. And they're highlighted there in the attachment to this item. It's Comp 19. It's the first one being a Senior Investment Director level and a Senior Portfolio Manager level. There's also a summary kind of the responsibilities for not only the new classifications, but also highlights the existing classifications. Now, our hope is that these 2 new classifications will sharpen the expectations and the competencies that are needed to perform the work required of staff, which we've, the board has been hearing about the special skill set that Chris and Scott are seeking to support this model. And it includes leveraging relationships and identifying cost-saving investment structures and deals, negotiating co-investments or complex hybrid structures. And in some instances, staff may be responsible for the operations of a company or being seated as a trustee where CalSTRS is a majority owner. In addition to establishing these 2 new classifications, the current classifications were also reviewed and refreshed to incorporate the competencies that will be needed to grow and bridge into other levels so that we have a healthy succession planning strategy as well and opportunities for current staff. Now, we are confident that these classifications, along with the existing classifications and commensurate compensation structure, will support the collaborative model goals and sustain and grow a best-in-class investment office. Now, the compensation committee is only being asked to act on the class concept proposal. As we discuss compensation for these new classifications, and all classifications will be heard in May during the salary study. And finally, we touched on next steps already, so I won't go into detail, but if the board does approve the proposal, behind the scenes, staff will begin to formalize the legal classification specifications and the necessary paperwork, and we'll work with CalHR and State Personnel Board to establish these 2 new classifications and to refresh the existing ones. I did invite Chris and Scott to join us during this meeting in the event the committee has questions that may be best heard through their voices. So with that, I will pass it back to you, Madam Chair, and ask if there's any questions from the committee.
Great, thanks, Melissa. And while I wait for committee members to chime in, I'll just again point you to Comp 19. And what we're being asked to do today is to take action on approving the Senior Investment Director, which is the top job description, and then the middle one, the Senior Portfolio Manager, to create those two new classifications. And with that, I have some questions from the committee. Gail.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much, Melissa. I know you've worked incredibly hard and had to meet a lot of different needs, and just huge kudos to you. I think you really are a huge asset to CalSTRS in this regard, and I really appreciate it. So we actually are generally supportive of these positions, so I wanted to say that up front. I think you've done a huge amount of work, but I do have some follow-up questions. How many folks do you expect in each of these classifications?
Thank you for the question, Gail. And I see that Scott unmuted himself. This was a discussion that we did have with Julie Underwood to get a sense of, what is the population that are going to be hired at this level. And Scott, I hope I'm not talking out of hand, but I think we discussed really it's a small number. For the Senior Investment Director, it's probably in the ballpark of 4 positions. And for the Senior PM, I believe it was in the ballpark of 9 positions. And Scott, I don't know if you wanted to add anything else, but that's really, so.
I think you covered it well. The only thing I would add is that it would be progressive. And so it's not as if I think we get the classifications and then just build it all out all at once, but I see it as taking it a progressive competitive process.
And that makes sense. I mean, I wonder if this is just something internally to think about, if, using a few people as a proof point versus 13 people in these 2 new positions. I mean, that's a lot all at once. I do think this will obviously, just like we've done with PERS, it creates sort of a race to the bottom or top, whichever the right, with PERS. So they'll want these classifications too. So that's sort of what you'll encounter when you go to CalHR for all the questions. Do you expect that, I just have 3 more questions. Do you expect that everyone can reach that top classification over time? And this leads into sort of your compaction issue that this may cause with current staff. I'm sure you've thought about kind of what, now that you're going to have additional layers, is your intent to move some people up, or do you expect kind of that compaction issue with your other staff?
I think, Gail, we will, sorry, Scott, to cut you off, but I think that is where we will rely on the compensation consultants to really come up with a thoughtful compensation structure where it reduces that compression.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, go, Chris, were you gonna?
I just was gonna add, Gail, think about the investment branch org chart in like 2023, 24. And that's what this is, to start setting it up for then. And as Scott is saying, it's a slow rollout. Our pressure need is definitely the Senior PM, because when you think about co-investments or some of the stuff Mike's doing, you need some people even above the PM. And it doesn't mean that automatically you might have one Senior PM over a whole bunch of PMs. And the same thing as Scott is saying with the Senior Investment Director. Scott has the same problem I had 4 years ago, which is too many direct reports and the need to cut the portfolio in half and then maybe later cut it in half again. And that's all we're trying to do, is set the structure so that we can expand in, say, 23, 24, and then, 26, 28. That kind
Got
of
it.
Yeah.
Okay, I was going to just make the point about direct reports. I think we've had this conversation with Melissa. I would just encourage, when you talk to the compensation consultant, compaction issues in the state, I feel like a broken record, are very different than compaction issues at a public investment fund. So I would really encourage you to sort of think that through in terms of what you're going to be doing with the competition at CalPERS as well, and folks switching back and forth, and what compaction means in a state system versus a a private system and in even a California state system versus a Ontario teachers or something like that. And my final question, just in terms of the internal cost report, again, going back to the cost report earlier today, I think that was really helpful. And the way that you are actually talking about internal costs, obviously it's a small piece of our overall cost report. How much do you think this will increase that 2% that was in today's cost report, these in 23-24, when you're fully staffed with the 13 positions? You can't hear me?
Are you speaking? Who wants to answer that one?
I was on mute.
On mute. That's all right.
I thought Chris was saying he couldn't hear me.
We need new sign language.
I'm sorry, I was on mute and I was talking. I don't know what that exact number will be. I know that the operational budget that's being introduced, or not introduced, but the board will be reviewing tomorrow with Julie Underwood, includes 109 positions. And these positions are not adding to that number. They will be included within. So it's not an additional cost or an additional ask for, 12 more positions. But I don't really know about the cost reporting and what that calculation will be as we start. Because as Chris mentioned, it's going to be, kind of rolled out year over year. And so it might actually, have different cost savings throughout the various years that are reported. Not a very good answer, but I don't know if Scott or Chris or anyone else wants to take a stab at that.
It would increase it slightly, Gail, but it wouldn't even show up in the cost report. We don't know what the position cost on these is right now, but it would be just the overall ask from the budget would be a little bit larger.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, eventually, as we add these positions, it would make sense to track it over time, but I'm sure you're planning on doing that. So I think that is it. So thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Gail. Lynn.
Thank you. I was just curious, Chris and Scott, how this new position schedule would compare to other public pension funds.
It's tough, Gail, Lynn, because only PERS is bigger than us. Their structure is very different. They went with Ben Ming at the time wanted 3 deputy CIOs. He ended up with 2 from us. So he's got those 2. And then he has a hybrid structure below that. They already have the senior PM and they've changed their names. So we don't line up very well anymore at all. The funds below us don't do as much co-investment or internal. Texas Teachers might be the only comparator. And I know Jace there, the new CIO, is looking at adding additional levels into the upper management. It's the problem that like I've said, as the portfolio gets bigger, it's kind of like broccoli and it starts branching out, and then you need people to support those additional programs. Scott, do you have any examples you want to add?
I've looked at a lot of these models, both in Canada and Asia, and as well as in the US. And the one thing I could say is that they're all very different. And I think that the organization structure can be very unique to an organization, because you're really trying to take the strengths you have as an organization and then sort of demonstrate that in your org structure to create it into a competitive advantage. So I didn't, it's hard. I could show you, how it looks like in different organizations, but the fact of the matter is everyone sort of differs quite a bit in terms of their organization structure. And we can go through and, sort of more specific detail how it differs. But I think from our endpoint, our strength is our culture. And our strength is also the fact that we build leaders. I think that's really, really unique in comparison to a lot of the other organizations. And because of that, I think that we have a very long-term and unique structure where we develop our staff. And so first and foremost, as I look at the future of where we're headed, our asset base is going to grow, number one. Number two, we've decided to become more complex in our asset allocation, shifting more of our assets to private markets over time. So that adds a little bit of complexity. The third is that we have also endeavored to build out the cloud model and more direct investing to save costs. Again, as we move into that, it brings a bit more complexity. All three of those components are behind the request for the BCP, the five-year request. We're out of the 109 positions. We're requesting 91 investment staff over that 5 years to grow into that. So if you think about the vision of the future for the investment division, it's those components. And so today the question for us would be, how do we strengthen our staff in order to move into that direction? And so we want to create positions where people are managing, they get to lead more people if they are capable of. They're going to manage more assets if they're capable of doing that. They're going to take on different types of direct skills, as Melissa was mentioning. We could be owning organizations where they need to be strategic on the board of those companies, or more directly involved in the direct investment and those types of analytical skills. So as we think about that on an internal basis, I think we're going to need to strengthen the skills of our staff. And that's how we're thinking about it. The other aspect, obviously, is on the margin. These are senior level positions, so a lot of times you want to intentionally develop the mix of internal and external staff you bring in, because again, our culture is our competitive advantage. So, but I think on the margin we will be bringing in an external talent as well to fill some of these positions, to bring in some of those direct skills that we want to sort of round out that strengthening of staff thesis. But I mean, just in that anecdotal way, if I were to think of an example, I've been in the last 2 going on 3 years here, I've been involved in a number of recruitments. One thing I would say is that some of our staff, I remember a director recruitment in particular where essentially our internal candidates had been in charge of one, sort of subcomponent of that strategy. And so the external candidates that were coming in were in charge of all 3 or 4 of those subcomponents. And they had been strengthened in their organizations in that way. And so you think about a senior PM position, they can manage multiple PMs and multiple subdivisions, and strengthening our staff in that way is really just going to build the type of organization we're going to need 5 years from now.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Lynn. Harry.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Up front, I'm supportive of the request to create these new classifications, and I'll explain briefly why. I think Scott did it pretty well. We as an organization have said, this is where we're headed, why we want to be headed in this direction, around all the things we know about. We talked about it in the cost report earlier, talking about additional complexities, not today, but 3, 4, 5 years from now, where will CalSTRS be? The increased reliance and dependence on those types of relationships. It's probably a bad analogy, but I'll use it anyway. I think about the media companies and that are shifting towards direct to consumer, streaming, and how they actually think about how their industry is changing and the types of talent that they're looking for to bring into their industries. We've all said that the collaborative model has benefits. We've had an example in closed session of a deal that staff closed in the last, I think, 60 days or so, which is significant and material in size and complexity. And I think this is a good first step in saying that these classifications are necessary. I looked at the INV 19, was it Comp 19, where it actually teases out the language, because I was really trying to capture what is the differentiation in skill sets that's being asked and described. And it was adequate for me. I think this is a good first step, not getting into what the compensation will be, but saying, yeah, the coaches on the team have said, this is what we need to be successful 5 years from now. And here's why we think we need these players on our team to be successful. And we have to be able to, or I have to wrestle with, okay, that means it's more resources, financial resources, more salaries for specific positions. So I'm ready to take that step and deal with compensation down the road. But I know that, these positions are going to also need support. So how do we deal with that down the road? But I don't want that to deter us from being able to take this first step and saying, this is why we need these positions. It's for the future. It will help us achieve our longer term goals and objectives. So it's for those reasons that I'm supportive, and I'd actually make that as a motion to approve the positions.
A motion. We've got a couple more hands up. So do I have a second? So the motion's been made.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, it's been seconded,
Joy.
but we have time for more discussion. So thank you for that, Joy. Go ahead, Joy. You're next.
Thank you. I think the discussion that we've had and in response to the questions that the other committee members have raised has been a good one. And I think what I would just urge Chris, Scott, and Melissa, whether we continue to evaluate issues like this one, and when we eventually get to a point where we start looking at comp for these positions, whether it's in this committee or at the board level, I think providing the additional context that isn't actually, I didn't get into detail in the item, but that I think we've had a chance to discuss will be helpful. Because at first blush, I will admit that I had some reservations or questions about the proposal. It's adding additional highly compensated staff to the team. It is, and I'm concerned about, I think Gail touched on this issue, but just kind of upward pressure on compensation that it'll put on the organization, which we've talked about a little bit. But I think when you step back and look at it in the context of the collaborative model, of the fact, Chris, you pointed out that we're not talking about hiring these 13 people tomorrow, but it's in the context of our 5-year plan. And when we consider how our investment branch will grow in terms of number of staff, complexity of the assets under management, and the types, the collaborative model, when you put the proposal in that context, I think it makes sense. So I can be supportive of it, but I think that some of us, I think, had a chance to dial into the Client Advisory Council meeting on Monday, where we heard some of our stakeholders raise a question or a concern about compensation and about hiring more highly compensated people. And I think that in the same way that other board and committee members, like Bill presented this morning, when we talked about our investment cost report and being able to highlight the trends that we see there and how we think we can continue some of those trends in a positive way for CalSTRS as we expand our collaborative model. I think it's really important for us to provide that context to initiatives like this one, because I think taken without that context, I think it's important for our stakeholders and our members and the public to just understand why we support, adding additional staff, adding staff at a senior level, and that will be highly paid. It's because that'll pay off in dividends, to the fund and to our teachers. So I think I'm supportive of this, but I just encourage us that as we continue to look at this concept, look at some of the other compensation related issues that we'll be thinking about related to the collaborative model, that we tell the story that's important to hear about as we're looking at these items. So thank you, Sharon.
Thank you, Joy. Gail, you had your hand up. Did you want to add something, or was that just?
No, sorry, I was actually trying to move my participant list away. Sorry.
Okay. No worries.
User error.
That's all right. We've had a few, that happens at every meeting, right? So no worries. Well, I'll chime in with kind of my 2 cents. I mean, it's been moved and seconded, but and I would just, obviously, I think the board, the investment committee is very supportive of the collaborative model. And Scott, you and Chris, and your team, I mean, your innovative and creative thinking and responsiveness to our, the board's concerns about cost and compensation is really tough to talk about right now when, people are out of work and, CalSTRS staff are getting a pay cut. And so I appreciate your sensitivity to that. I do have to say, when I read, the classifications, and Scott, it helped to hear more of your explanation about kind of the roles. I have to say, it triggered something in me kind of from my faculty work where, you get the notice that they're hiring more associate deans or vice presidents and not hiring more faculty. It just feels like it gets kind of, you get concerned about it being kind of top heavy on the management side. And to Joy's point, that they tend to be higher compensated and they don't always, at least in my case, are the most effective in what they do. And so I think, I think that's where the challenge is to kind of ensure that if we believe that, these additional positions, given the role that they will play in helping the collaborative model be successful, that we just be, mindful of that they're doing something different than what these other positions are doing. And that we're not just creating kind of more layers of management. And so, I mean, it helped actually, Scott, to hear you talk about the senior portfolio manager piece and the person interviewing from the outside. That really helped me to kind of go, well, they've had experience managing a couple teams versus a PM who's just kind of doing their own portfolio. So that really helped me. So I appreciate that. And I do think going forward, I think as you keep talking about the 5-year plan and the question about, we're not hiring them right now, it probably would have helped me, and maybe moving forward, maybe when we talk about compensation at some point, it would, I don't know how we can do this, but if there would be more of a way to talk about the 5-year, or, here's 2 years in, here's how many we expect to hire from the senior investment director or the senior portfolio level. At 3 years, it doesn't mean that it's set in stone, but I would like to hear and kind of see on paper, Scott, you and Chris's thinking on how and when you would anticipate hiring for those positions. And sort of, I don't know, I just kind of think big picture. It would help me, instead of just looking at this immediate need, which I know is here and you need us to approve this, but I'd like to also kind of see the big picture of the 5-year plan in terms of the hiring of the staff, and even maybe like a staffing plan of some kind, so that we could just sort of see how things build upon each other. I think that would help I feel comfort today, given the committee discussion, and there's been a motion and I support that motion. But I think moving forward, as there are more requests about personnel, I think maybe having a bigger picture plan would be helpful in the conversation. So, and I see Harry's hand. So Harry?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you. And thanks my colleagues for your comments. I just want to be transparent about this. I don't view the request as that we are a bottomless well that we can continue just to approve positions. I do think there's a lot of strong rationale for these positions. And I think they're aligned with our long-term strategic objectives to reach a 7% return over the long term, and not having a crystal ball, not knowing what the future is going to look like. If I had to make a wager, I think those private asset classes are going to become more and more critical to our long-term objectives. And I do believe that there are specific skills, talents, and relationships that are going to be needed in order us to differentiate from what everyone else is doing. Having said that, I also don't view this in isolation. So as the compensation committee and as the entire board thinks about compensation going forward, it's not only are we talking about more resources for higher positions, at some point there's a trade-off. Do you get more bodies and more pay? Do you get fewer bodies and more pay? Do you get both? Do you get more bodies and more pay? mean, at a point, we have to, look each other in the eyes and say, we're working within a state agency. We want to be supportive of our team. We have a track record over 10 years of being supportive in comp. But we also have to be realistic because, as Joy said, some of us sat in on the client advisory yesterday. We're just sensible and reasonable people. So I look at this as part of a broader picture. And for me, it's a trade-off. At this point, it sounds like an appropriate ask for a long-term objective, but it won't be, from my perspective, a decision that I make in isolation.
Thank you, Harry.
I wanted to be sure that Chris and Scott heard that from my voice, even through these squares.
I appreciate that, Harry. And yeah, and I think it goes without, I hope it goes out without saying, Chris and Scott, how much, I think our board, hopefully over the years, we've communicated our support for you, our trust in you and trust in your staff. And I think when it comes to things like compensation, I think we've been, I think generous and willing to kind of make those decisions. I do think this comp committee and our board investment committee, it's just it's 2020. The world is different. And then we're doing this new collaborative model, which we all think is great. We think it's going to save us money, but I do think that cost report, is going to be significant. I think of teachers right now, like doing less with more, this idea that a lot of my friends right now who are teaching online, it's just like crazy interesting, the kinds of things that they're doing online, but they're figuring out how to do it they're not getting compensated anymore, but they're figuring out how to do that. I'm not saying you need to do that, but I just think, in education, that's what educators do. And I think just being conscious of the times that we're in, what's going on, in terms of pay for CalSTRS, what's going on for pay for Californians in general, and just wanting to be sensitive to that. And I think that's why we wanted to defer the conversation for later, because it just felt like we're not quite ready to go there at this point. We know we need to have those conversations, but so with that, we've had a motion made by Harry and it's been seconded by Joy. And I just wanted to ask if there was any other conversation, comments that committee members would like to make before we vote in approval of these two new classifications, the Senior Investment Director and the Senior Portfolio Manager. Any other comments from committee board members? All those in favor say aye.
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 All right. Any opposed? All right. Any abstentions? Okay. So it's been approved. So Chris and Scott, we have two, we will have hopefully two new classifications after it goes through CalHR and the State Personnel Board and all those organizations. So thank you, Chris and Scott, and thank you, Melissa, for guiding us through this challenging, some challenging conversations, but really excited about the collaborative model and very excited about supporting you, Scott, with your, with having direct reports and Chris as well. So I think we're all set then, Melissa. Yes, we're good on that. All right. Thank you. Item 7 is our draft agenda for the next committee. And Melissa, I think this is something maybe we can talk a little bit more with Harry, you and Amy, and circle back around if that's okay. So if the committee is okay with this agenda being a work in progress or a draft for now, and then we can communicate to the rest of the committee once we've discerned how that LTIP, the long-term incentive, where that goes. If you're okay with that, then we will make those changes and notify you moving forward. So March might look a little different for the comp committee. Okay, is everyone okay with that? All right. And with that, we have opportunities for statements from the public. Are there any public members that want to speak at this time?
We have no members of the public in queue.
Okay, thanks, Samantha. I think with that, I think we are ready to adjourn the comp committee. And Harry, do you want to mention anything? Party? Do you want to mention anything about tomorrow morning's meeting?
Yep. We can log in anywhere between 8:30 and 9 a.m. and official start time is at 9 a.m. for the board meeting tomorrow.
Great. Thanks everyone for your hard work. I hope you get a chance to rest and get outside, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Thanks.
Thanks everyone. It's good to see you. Bye-bye.
Melissa.
Bye-bye.